Okay, so 33 minutes to go before first race post time here in Charlottetown on this Saturday afternoon. You're with Lee Drake along with Kurt Hughes in the HBI broadcast desk and Studio 66 today. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. And Kurt, a great looking card here today. A 16-pack ready to go this afternoon.
Yeah, 16 races on tap this afternoon. We feature the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial this afternoon. And our top class is an excellent one in race 15. Field of 5, Twin B Tough Enough on the rail with B2B from post 2, Roll 'em as post 3, and Malignity from post 4. And Mickey Shan, Governor's Plate winner. He's back in action here today in Charlottetown in race 15. He is the outside post 5. And Corey McPherson, Lee, he picks up the hot mount.
All right, it's going to be a great action here this afternoon. As you mentioned, the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. We have many special guests going to be on track here today. We'll be going live in about 2 minutes with Race Day from Charlottetown.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, here we are into August already as the summer slips by, and there's a shot of that historic center field. It's Redshores Racetrack and Casino overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. And this is Race Day Live. You're with Lee Drake along with Kurt Hughes. Kurt's at the HBI broadcast desk. I am at Studio 66, and this, of course, sets up the 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, and this is where we'll have the interviews and all the special presentations taking place. It's presented by Atlantic Lottery. Big afternoon here. It's the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial Day, and boy, every race will have additional purses today. Kurt, on behalf of the McDonald family, really appreciate that. A great write-up on Wilbur and Pauline in today's program, and also a couple of big events, races 5 and 10 coming up on that. But speaking of big events and nice weather, we have sun and cloud today, the winds from the northwest at 17 kilometers an hour, and the temperature in around the 20s. We'll get everything all in here before the sun sets at 8:45 today. But what a great-looking feature. It features the Governor's Plate champion.
Yeah, he's got the outside post too, Lee, and a new driver. He's the fourth. He is a fourth different driver since he's arrived here on PEI. He's reeled off 4 in a row, and that win in the Governor's Plate was special for Jason Hughes on the front end. He romped that night. Easy winner. B2B was also huge on Governor's Plate night as well. He was a winner of the Consolation. He is post 2 for Hughes. Twin B tough enough on the rail. He'll be tough today. Roll him as post 3, and Malignity. He's riding a 3-race winning streak. He's jumping up to tackle the big boys today. So it should be an excellent feature there in race 15.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. 16 programs. You know, we had one Tuesday in Summerside, one Thursday in Charlottetown, another one today. 15 card tomorrow at Summerside. Boy, I tell you, we have a lot of great racing action here on Prince Edward Island. And before you start your card this afternoon, well, we'll have to get all those equipment and program changes from the gentleman who will call all the action this afternoon. Here's Mr. Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Lee, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. It's event number 25 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 22 degrees Celsius the temperature. At this time in Charlottetown, the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes in the first race today. Number 7, All Better, going from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 2. The number 2 entry, Shanghai Whiskey, removing polo bandages on the front, adding knee and shin boots. Number 7, Saltwater Captain, adding a Murphy blind on the inside. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, number 4, Bet 'em Alive, removing the Murphy blind. Turning over to race number 4. The 1 entry, Shadows in the Night, will go from an open to a blind bridle. Number 4, Redland Extinguisher, adding a Tony Morgan spreader. Next change, go to race number 6. In the 6th race today, scratch number 5, Woodmere Colby. He will not go. Race 6. Scratch number 5, Woodmere Colby. Next change, you'll turn over to race number 8. In the 8th race, number 1, Neptune Sealster, adding a tail tie. Number 6, Cheese Whiz, from a telescopic bridle to an open bridle today. Next change, you'll turn over to race number 12. In the 12th race, number 4, ABC, will go from an open to a blind bridle, removing brace bandages, and from a straight check bit to a chin chain. Number 5, Doc Darrell, will remove the stud support and add a Tony Morgan spreader on the outside. Turning over to race number 13. Number 5, Sunny Black, will add 2 Burr head poles. Next change, we'll go to race number 15, the afternoon's featured preferred. In race 15, scratch number 4, Malignity, he will not go. Race 15, scratch number 4, Malignity. No changes in today's final. That's race number 16. The Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. Race 1, post time, heads to the starting gate at 4 o'clock. You have 23 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
So Race Day Live continues on this Saturday afternoon, the opening day post time. These 4 o'clock series have been going over very well. We have this Saturday and next Saturday left to go on the calendar for 2025. And actually next Saturday is going to be the, of course, trial day on that Super Saturday. So looking forward to that. We have a mixture of sun and cloud today, fast track, 22 degrees, and another big crowd that's going to be on hand for the 16-dash program. And to get it rolling today, along with all those great betting features that we have, Kurt, is the I'll Pick 5 for that low 15% takeout. And you're going to walk through the ticket here today and see if you can engage some of the players to get in on the action here as we kick it off in race 1.
Yeah, it's a great wager. People love playing it here at Red Shores. A guaranteed pool of $2,000, that low 15% takeout. So there's a look at my I'll Pick 5 ticket in race number 1. Going to go with Gascoigne AC. There's an undefeated freshman filly on the rail, Windermere Sky. Going to be tough to beat her off the rail. She's 2 for 2, 57 and change both times behind the gate for her, winning both trips in a maiden and then in a PEI Colt Stake Gold division. But I'm going against her. I'm going to Gascoigne AC and Paul Langell. A winner, 2 starts back, 56 and 3, and has 2 seconds as well in his last 3 starts. He's a 4-year-old going up against a 2-year-old filly, so I'm just going to put him on top, playing that angle in the opener. And then over in race 2, going to go with the 2, Shanghai Whiskey. This one has been good since starting his young career. 2-year-old by Shanghai Phil. Wade Myers trains and drives, and Wade's making an equipment change here today on Shanghai Whiskey, going polos to knee and shin boots. So removing the polo bandages, adding knee boots and shin boots. So this one has a 2nd and 3rd in his first 2 starts, 59 and 4 both times behind the gate. He's got a little over $2,000 made, and so I'm looking for him to add to that bank total here in race 2. I got the 2 in race 2, and then over in race number 3, going to go with the 4. Bet 'em Alive, and this one is also making an equipment adjustment, removing the Murphy blind. So removing the Murphy blind on the 4 Bet 'em Alive in race 3. I like Bet 'em Alive to get the job done for the Maritime Magic Man. They almost went the distance on the front last time out. Had post 5 on the front end, second by 3/4 of a length at the wire, 55 and 1. Another good trip prior to that, sending the 2-hole, finishing second, 54 and 3 for Hughes, closed in 28 and 1. He's got incredible gate speed, and so I'll look for him to get out early to a lead and call the shots on the front end in race 3. And then over in race 4, going to go with the 5, Lindale Mr. Mac, 3-1 on the morning line. Might get some good odds on this one. One-time winner from 13 starts, 5 for 13 so far this year. Coming off a 6 by 2.5 last time out, 58 flat. The start prior to that was a real good one from post 5. Got away in the 3-hole, sat 3rd, finished 3rd by 4, race timed in 57 and 4. If he can match that speed and that early speed off the wings, I think Lindale, Mr. Mac, and Hughes will be tough to beat in race 4. And also, you might want to write down on your program, there's a couple of equipment adjustments in race 4. The 1, Shadows in the Night, going from open to blind bridle. Open to blind on the 1, and the 4, Redland Extinguisher, adding a Tony Morgan spreader in race number 4. And then in race 5, it is the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. It is super high 5 time in race 5, and my ticket looks like a 1-3-4-2-5. Going to go with the 1 on top, Bentley from the rail, 3-year-old colt by Peng Shui, 3rd and 54 last time out, and a winner, 2 starts back, 54 and 2. So I think he'll be really tough to beat from the rail in race number 5. And that's a look at my I'll Pick 5 ticket, which kicks off here in the opener.
Yeah, you're really close with the classifier's choice, and he's working a 3, 2, 4, 2, and 1. So the only ones that you're not matching here is race number 4. So going to be interesting to play the I'll Pick 5. Kurt, thank you for that insight. 10 minutes to go before race number 1. As Kurt mentioned, we'll be bringing in the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. There it is. And we'll be greeting the horses here for the opener shortly.
First race pacers and their drivers enter the track on parade. Windermere Sky 1, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Matt Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell drives. Abiding Art 2, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 3 is Gascoigne AC, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Tammy Collins, Paul Langell. 4, Camco Lucas, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. 5, Jack Wick, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Mike McGuigan, Ketch drives. No Mo Fear, number 6. The owners are Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the conditioning, driven by Adam Murner. All Better, number 7, owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford and Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. 8, Rosie's Mighty Mo, owned by Paul Hagan and Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, trained by Melvin Gamester, Gil Barrio. 4 minutes to post time. This is Race Day Live with Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk and Lee Drake from Studio 66 in honor of the 66th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer. They'll pick up the action next.
Yeah, going out to the track here with that I'll pick 5 to kick it off here today. That guarantee pool of $2,000, that low 15% takeout, and I can give you a little teaser maybe that next week we're looking at changing some of those guarantee pools, Kurt, as we kick off Old Home Week and that Super Saturday. So it's been going along so well that, you know what, I think the players really, they like that. The players like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, kicking off also the Daily Double, the Exacta, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, and you can always tag your ticket with the Wild Horses here on track. And we've had some big winners with that throughout the season as well. There's a look at the 3. This is Gascoigne AC. Paul Langell driving today for trainer Tammy Collins and Murray McDonald of Belfast. And this guy, raced at Flambourne, Georgian last year, then came back to the island last July to Tammy Collins stable and been racing well. Langell picked up his first drive in Summerside. Is back in the bike here this afternoon, Kurt.
Yeah, it got along quite well with him last time out in Summerside, rallying from off the pace there, sitting 4 early, getting up for the deuce. Just beat 3/4 of a length at the finish, 57-4. Race big for Campbell. 2 back where he was sitting 3 early and made that late move to the front, 56-3, and that is his lifetime best. So he's been really good in his last 3 starts, picking up a win and 2 deuces. And so in against this group here today, there's a lot of inexperienced horses in here. So I think he's a veteran of 42 lifetime starts. So I think he can get the job done from post 3 this afternoon. You're getting a good value on him at 7-1.
Well, beautiful afternoon as we track the horses here on race number 1 on this 16- program from Charlottetown as Race Day Live continues. And there is a look at the 7. This is All Better and Kenny Murphy here today. Note the equipment change, blind blinkers on this 4-year-old by Better's Delight here today. Ken and Glenn Hardy are the owners. Clifford Murphy is the trainer and coming into action here. Drawing pretty good this season, Kurt, and put in a great effort from that 6-hole last start out. Moves another slot to the left for this one, or to the right, but another effort like that puts this guy right in the ticket.
Yeah, I think this one will be aggressive off the wings. Going from blind to blinkers usually means it's rock and roll time off the gate, and this one already has good gate speed, so I can't wait to see when the wings fold with All Better and Kenny Murphy. Last time out, as you mentioned, at post 6, got away in the 2-hole, sat 2, finished 4th, only beaten a length and a quarter, race time to 57-4, and a good 3rd from post 7 prior to that in 56-4 for Kenny Murphy. Closing it out 29, still 0 for 10 this year, still looking for that elusive first win in 2025, so maybe the bridle change will wake him up and get him to the winner's circle here today. He does have an outside shot at 21-1.
All right, getting set to go here in the opener at Charlottetown today on race number 1. This is the rail sitter, Windermere Sky, for Mark Campbell and Earl Watts. They've been teaming up this season. They had a great Summerside week up there for Governor's Plate Week with some wins. And Windermere Farms and Matt Burke share the ownership of this 2-year-old filly by Summer Fancy, Kurt. And the youngest in the field, as you mentioned when we were teeing up the I'll Pick 5. But she has been impressive in her 2 lifetime starts.
Yeah, converting from a pocket trip to win in her debut, 57-4, 28-1. Just letting everybody know in that division that she is not one to be messed with. And she followed it up with a big win in a PEI Cold State Gold Division, 57-2 at Summerside. I'm just playing the experience angle. I'm going against her here, but it wouldn't surprise me if her and Campbell are standing in the winner's circle after this one. They got a great starting spot from post 1. She has that good early speed as well, so she should be spotted up close to the lead. And again, it wouldn't surprise me if she gets the job done in here. Currently getting the attention on the board at 1-2.
Well, keeping an eye on some milestones as well. Tommy Weatherby, trainer here in Charlottetown, is only a few away from 3 exactly from 500 training victories in his career. This is quite a milestone for sure. So keeping an eye on them. And I know Norris Rogers, the driver, is only a couple away from 1,000. Now he's got a busy day at the shop tomorrow at the office in Summerside. So we'll keep an eye on those milestones as we get going here today. And as we kick things off, of course, it is another big day today. So we welcome members of the McDonald family and the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial today. Family has increased the purses on every race today. And those initials stand for Hilltop Farm from the family farm in Orwell. And countdown clocks in here for the openers. We kick things off here on a beautiful day in Charlottetown. They're lining in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Well, Lee, that solves the mystery for me with the Hilltop Farms and those initials at the top of each program. And we thank the McDonald's so much. And what a beauty, and I mean a beauty. Day for Standardbreds, Windermere Sky, Abiding Art, Gascoigne AC, Camco, Lucas, Jack Wick. No Mo Fear, All Better. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Post time at Charlottetown. The Ruffin facing Gascoigne AC. No Mo Fear. Way wide. All Better along the rail. The filly. Windermere Sky. And it's showtime early. They arrive at the 8th and they're out there 4 wide. Led to the quarter by Abiding Art. No Mo Fear is going to take the 2-hole ride. Windermere Sky got away 3rd. All Better will find a spot 4th. Gascoigne AC 5th, then in 6th, Camco Lucas. 7th along that inside is Jack Wick, followed by the trailer, Rosie's Mighty Mo, 29 seconds flat, opened it up as they round the top turn for the first time. They're arriving next at 3-8, and Abiding Art is the long shot leader for Kenny Arsenault. Racing from 2nd, No Mo Fear, and he's a longer shot. Then 3rd is the favorite, the filly Windermere Sky. Coming on the outside, Camco Lucas underway. Now Jack Wick picks up 5th. Back to 6th is All Better on the outside. 7, Gascoigne AC. Rosie's Mighty Mo is 8:58. 4 was the half mile by the 5/8. Abiding Art on the lead. No Mo Fear 2nd. Camco Lucas, he got fancy stepping, and he's taken Jack Wick out of it here. 3/4 up next. Abiding Art the leader. No Mo Fear 2nd. Windermere Sky has room to move on the outside. There she goes from 3rd. 3/4 up in 1. 27-3. Around the turn for the final time. Just an 1/8 of a mile out. Abiding Art. Here's Windermere Sky on the outside. Up the rail is No Mo Fear. They're in deep stretch now, and here's the somewhere fancy filly Windermere Sky and Campbell. They'll open it up. No Mo Fear 2nd. Abiding Art 3rd. 1:55.3. Wow!
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you for the opener here in Charlottetown. We talked about her in the pre-race, Kurt, Windermere Sky, and you said you wouldn't be surprised if she can get the job done here today. But, Campbell just kept her patient and get away from some of that traffic, and then when he gave her the cue to go, boy, did she ever look good.
Yeah, my top play in here, following third over and 2 breakers in front of him up the backstretch. I was trying to pull on that right line for Langell coming to the half, but he elected to stay in, and so my top play couldn't pull through here. But Campbell, very patient, as you mentioned. Lee sitting in the 3-hole, he stayed in, and then when those 2 breakers up the backstretch made room for him to pop out, and wow, did she ever respond for him. Closing it out in 28 flat was the race. Her last quarter was a little bit better than that, probably 27 and change for a mile, 155 and 3. This filly's been impressive since the outset there in her win on July 3rd. So she remains perfect through 3 starts. Windermere Sky and Campbell back in the winner's circle in a moment.
The first race is under a judge's inquiry involving the breaking horses after the 5/8. Judge's inquiry underway in the first. Nice 2-year-old filly's no stranger to conditioner Earl Watts, and he's got another super filly on his hands by the name of Windermere Sky. Pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Somewhere Fancy, is off the Mr. Big Dam Halmack Missy. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Matt Burke of Stratford, bred by Windermere Farms. Earl Watts, the trainer. Mark Campbell keeps her undefeated, and what a trip. Just 2/5 of a second off the track record. Excellent mile, 155 and 3 with a closing panel of 27 and change. Windermere Sky in the afternoon's opener.
All right, there's a look at the judge's inquiry. This is what the racing officials will be looking at here.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the results of the judge's inquiry in the first race. 4, Camco Lucas made the break on his own, interfering with number 5, Jack Wick. Camco Lucas finished 5th, will be placed 7th for interference on a break. Here is the official results from race 1. Windermere Sky the winner. Abiding Art 3rd. Gascoigne AC was 6th, place 5th. Camco Lucas finished 5th, place 7th for interference on a break. Jack Wick finished 7th, was placed 6th. No Mo Fear was 2nd. All Better finished 4th. Rosie's Mighty Mo was 8th. They went 29, 58 and 4, 127 and 3, and the mile in 155 and 3. From the top after the placings, 135, 762, 48. Windermere Sky 250 to win. The exactor 37.40. The triactor honored the ticket 1-6 all at 129.50. The superfecta paid 341.43. Have some good news regarding the 50-50 draw on today's program. The PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association will guarantee $1,000, so $500 at least going to go to the winner. Make sure you get your 50-50 ticket today.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown as we get set to go for race number 2 today. And Lee Drake along with Kurt Hughes at our broadcast centers today. And our good friend, Kurt, big action today with the Hamiltonian at the Meadowlands. And we have a special offer for HBI PEI players, $25 or more on Hamiltonian Day. And you'll have a chance to get the 2% cash back on those horses if you're playing there today from PEI. So, but you know he's going to be pumped for the day. It's a big day there. And our post parade's in right now, and we'll be right back with more.
Capuano on the second race parade, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Paul Angel driving. Shanghai Whiskey number 2 is owned, trained, and driven by Wade Myers of Charlottetown. 3, Do or Die, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. 4, Happen for a Reason, owned by Mike McGuigan, Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head PE, and Ivan McPhee. Mike McGuigan is the trainer driver. Tobin's April Fool 5, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes. Dance on Deck number 6, owned by Ian Smith, Reg McPherson, and Randall Cooper of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, is Gilles Barrio. Saltwater Captain number 7, owned by Joanne McCrae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGurk, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. Lee and Kurt are next with a look at the top 5 drivers here in Redshores, Charlottetown.
Well, there's really no surprise, Kurt, who leads the way here in Charlottetown. He's been winning in bunches here. He won 5 again on Thursday night, rolls into this afternoon with the opening card. And that's Mark Campbell. leading things off here, 56 wins, and Gilles Barrio sits second, 10 back at 46.
Yeah, Adam Erner's in third with 40 wins. Corey McPherson in fourth with 32 victories. And the Blue Knight Hughes, he rounds out the top five with 28 wins. But you're right, Lee. Mark Campbell on a tear since opening day, but he's really heated up over the last month. Almost like he knows what's coming up in just a week or two, eh? Those hands are getting white hot.
Yeah, they are. And, of course, the Francis McKaiser Memorial top driver of Old Home Week will be at stakes as well. And the Chuckers trophies and awards top percentage driver. And then you get the Earl Smith Memorial Trainer top percentage driver of the week as well. So back out of the track we go to pick up the horses here in race number 2. We have a couple of equipment changes on the 2. Shanghai Whiskey removes the polo bandages here today and adds the knee and shin boots. And the 7 gets equipment change as well on that card. Murphy Blythe on the inside. So we're going with Shanghai Whiskey here. Wade Myers owns, trains, drives, and even breeds this 2-year-old colt by Shanghai Phil. It comes in the action here today. I like your angle in here, Kurt. I was reading through with your post-time picks. Better post to work from because he raced well from the 5 and 6 holes in those 59 and 4 miles.
Yeah, absolutely. Post 6 in his debut, good third, 59 and 4. And then that was in the PEI Colstake in Summerside. Back here in an overnight in Charlottetown. He made a couple moves in that mile. He was out at the quarter, again out at the 3/4 pole, still finished second, race time in 59 and 4, and behind Roll with the Warden. So making the equipment change, taking off those polo bandages that they sometimes wear up front and adding knee and shin boots, so maybe interfering a little bit. These knee and shin boots will definitely help. And so Shanghai Whiskey, I love the odds on this one, Lee. 4-1.
And you just got a shot of saltwater captain there, David Dowling, driving for trainer David Myers and Joanne McRae, along with Gwyneth McGurk and Rick Adams as they make their way to the racetrack. Let's go to the 6 now with a minute to go here in race number 2. This is Dance on Deck. Really love the name there. Gilles Barrio driving for Kevin McLean today, along with the ownership group of Ian Smith, Reg McPherson, and Randy Cooper in Stratford. And looked good in the qualifier, Kurt, and nice to see John McKenzie back in the bike. Got this qualified back on Monday night.
Yes, absolutely. Second did well, 2:02 and 3 race time. Nice closing quarter, 29 and 1. So I'll be excited to see this one. Talented Captain Crunch. He was talented on the track, talented in the breeding shed as well. So Dance on Deck. Not sure if this one's named after you, Lee, after you get out of the pool there back at your place, but Dance on Deck definitely has a great shot in here in his debut with the Maritime Magic Man in the seat.
Well, I've learned to turn the camera off. I thought that was a really good idea. The audio's not bad, so I can move the feet pretty good, but I turned the camera off.
You were in that competition.
I was. All right, there's a look at the rail sitter, Capino and Paul Langell back in action for trainer Von Doyle here today and owner Chris Kelly in Calgary, Alberta. And just returned from Calgary, Alberta. I want to give a shout out to the crew there at Century Downs. Josh Murphy and all the crew. And we were there for Santa Barbara Canada meetings and had a great experience out there. So nice to have you tuning in. Had a good line in his qualifier and a good closer there too, Kurt. I think that's the angle you're going with here off the rail.
Yeah, absolutely. Spotted them 12 lengths at the half. So get down to the half in 1:02 and 3. Pretty good back half in 58 for a mile at 2 minutes 3/5. So I'm expecting big things from this 2-year-old son by better than Cheddar. Fourth in the qualifier. Closed it out 29 and 2 on that day. Paul Langell gets the drive. Paul Langell's great with young horses, and so very eager to see this one from post 1 again. Now value play for me here today, 7-1. I'm going against the 4 who's getting the attention on the board.
Yeah, the 4 at 2-1 right now happened for a reason. Mike McGuigan training and driving here today in the McGuigan stable. Another great season here in 2025 as we move into Old Home Week for, of course, next week. And live racing tomorrow at Summerside. Post time is at 1. That's a 15-dash program. Then Monday at 3 p.m. local time, 2 p.m. Eastern if you're in Ontario and other jurisdictions. But 3 o'clock local is the deadline for the Gold Cup horses. And Tuesday at 11:30 is the Gold Cup press conference. So time is ticking away for sure. And speaking of track crews, want to give a shout out to Donnie Duran, who has been on deck the last couple of Thursdays with some track records there, and almost a track record on Thursday. Jamie Smith, Gary Chappell, they do a great job on the track here, and Jamie makes sure, and Gary makes sure, and Donnie, they help each other and condition the track and water the track to keep things in tip-top shape. And it's tough when you have this much dry weather. Countdown clock's in for race 2. They're living behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Capuano, Shanghai Whiskey, do or die, happen for a reason. Tobin's April Fool, Dance on Deck, Saltwater Captain, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing Shanghai Whiskey, the first call. Then the second one to the turn happened for a reason. Way out there early. That is Saltwater Captain. Up between horses, Dance on Deck. Then to get away, fifth, Capuano, 6. As they round the turn, Tobin's April Fool, the early trailer. Do or die up the backstretch, and here comes Saltwater Captain for David Dowling to take over the lead. Second, that Shanghai Whiskey. Now third, happened for a reason. Fourth up the rail, that's Dance on Deck. Then fifth is Capuano, racing from 6. Tobin's April Fool, and the trailer 7th. Do or die, 30-2 was the opening quarter-mile time. Strung out a tad as they move off the turn and head towards the opening half-mile. Now led by Saltwater Captain. Shanghai Whiskey is second. Happened for a reason third. Racing from fourth. Dance on Deck, and he's on the outside. Up the rail, Capuano is fifth. Tobin's April Fool 6th. Do or die 7th. A half-mile in 1 minute. And 3 around the paddock turn for the second time. 5/8 up and coming, led there by Saltwater Captain. In the 2-hole, Shanghai Whiskey. Happened for a reason third. Going to the outside fourth. Dance on Deck underway. Fifth at the rail, Capuano. Racing from 6. Tobin's April Fool, the trailer. Do or die, they're at 3/4. Saltwater Captain, the leader. On the outside, Dance on Deck is picked up second. In the pocket, third, Shanghai Whiskey. 3/4 in 1:32. Good rating by Dowling on the front end, and he's homeward bound aboard Saltwater Captain. Shanghai Whiskey second. Dance on Deck third. Third in deep. Stretch now up the inside. Shanghai Whiskey got there. Second is Saltwater Captain. Happened for a reason third. 2:01 and a 1.
All right, let's have a look at this exciting stretch drive for a big crowd here this afternoon on the tarmac as they cheer them home here. And Shanghai Whiskey, we talked about this colt in the pre-race, sent off at 3-4 odds here today. The Battle of the Myers really in the opening quarter here, but it was Wade getting through in the passing lane, coming up the passing lane here to get up in the final strides to get it done.
Yeah, David Myers, co-owner of the 7 Saltwater Captain, and he's also the trainer and Saltwater Captain. I thought off that third quarter breather of 31-2 going to be enough to hang on for the victory, but no, my top play, Shanghai Whiskey, off that pocket trip. Wade dips him into the pass lane and away he goes, gets up for the win, delivering as the favorite. 3-4 on the board. Shanghai Whiskey picks up win number 1 of his career. 201-1 closing quarter, 29-1. His was probably 28-4. Big trip for Shanghai Whiskey and Wade Myers. They get the job done. Saltwater Captain put up the numbers, gets the deuce, and happened for a reason. And Mike McGuigan round out the top 3. So 2-7-4 unofficially here in race 2.
Here comes Shanghai Whiskey to the second race winner's circle, pacing Brown Colt 2 by Shanghai Phil off the Western Ideal Dam Julep Hanover. Wade Myers does it all. Owner, trainer, driver, breeder. And he'll guide his colt to a maiden record today of 201 and a 1/5. Shanghai Whiskey in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results from the second race. Capuano 5th. Shanghai Whiskey the race winner. Do or Die 7th. Happen for a Reason 3rd. Tobin's April Fool was 6th. Dance on Deck finished 4th. Saltwater Captain was 2nd. Fractions of 30 and 2, 1 minute 3. 132 and the mile in 201 and 1. In review 517 3642. Shanghai Whiskey 350 to win. The exactor was 1630, triactor 115.10, superfecta was 29.20, And the early daily double, $5.90.
Okay, Race Day Live continues here on this Saturday afternoon, getting ready for race number 3 today. Lee Drake along with Kurt Hughes, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. And I want to remind you, of course, the Gold Cup and Saucer. I was telling you that the trials are coming up on August 9th. The nomination deadline, though, is very important. That's this Monday at 3 o'clock Atlantic time. Okay, and the horses start to roll there. The big $100,000 race coming up on the 16th, presented by Atlantic Lottery. So, Kurt, your picks, you're leaning on the 4.
Yeah, going with the 4 in here, removing a Murphy blind on the 4. Jeff Lilly making the equipment adjustment there on Bet 'em Alive. Going to put him on top with the 5. Evil Lou's been racing great lately. And the 1, Rosetown Eclipse, another talented sophomore by Bet the Moon, coming off a second in his latest. So I'm at 4, 5, 1, classifier's choice 4, 6, 5 in the upcoming 3rd race.
On the 3rd race post parade, 1 is Rosetown Eclipse, owned by the Rosetown Stables, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman, Corey McPherson, training and driving. Friar Voltaire, number 2, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Doug Muggleano, and Basil Hunter. Basil is the trainer. Brady Sweet drives. 3, Geisha's Treasure, owned by Blaze Rogers in a Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Ryan DeRoche aboard. Bet 'em Alive, number 4, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown, trained by Jeff Lilly, Gilles Barriol. 5 is Evil Lou, owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Big Pond Cash 6, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell in the sulky. 5 minutes to post time. Lee and Kurt have a rundown of the top trainer standings in Charlottetown.
Yeah, well, we talked about the top drivers, and that was Mark Campbell. His son, Landon Campbell, leads the way here for the top trainers in 2025. Had a big night here on Thursday, Kurt, and so leads the way here. It's a little tighter in the standings here as we get going, but Landon leads the way with 26. Adam Murner is second with 23.
Yeah, Landon's got a great stable there. He's got that talented Roll with Joe filly, Salzbrook Rolla. Wow, has she been impressive in her young career. He also has a nice age mare with Get Answer. She was a winner the other night as well, so his stable is firing on all cylinders. Adam Murner is in second with 23. Jen Doyle in third with 22 wins. Ron Matheson sits in fourth with 19 wins, and Jeff Holmes rounds out the top 5 trainers with 17 victories.
Well, I can always tell with our Studio 66 here, we're in the 1888 lounge. That's our setup in here, nice and quiet in here. But when Kirk kicks into gear, you can tell just how packed it is today in the top of the park, because you can hear that sound in there. And that's that means a lot of people outside, Kurt, and a lot of people inside today for the race program. Let's have a look at the four. Bet 'em Alive here. Gilles Barrio driving for Jeff Lilly, who co-owns Blair McLaughlin. They make that equipment change on the card here today with the No Murphy blind, so they're going to remove that. Moved back to the island in June and has been top 3 since June 21st.
Yeah, lively crowd here in the top of the park. They're all enjoying an excellent afternoon of racing and some good food. And so everybody looks like they're enjoying themselves here in the top of the park. Yeah, you mentioned Bet 'em Alive. This one has incredible gate speed early, so I'll look for Barrio to get this one forwardly placed on the front end. Last time out for Barrio, almost went the distance. I just thought the fractions were a little too hot. 27, half 55 and 1. That's a big half. I don't care what kind of horse you are. It's going to be tough to hang on for the victory off that big half. Almost did, though. Finishing second, just beat 3/4 of a length, 55 and 1. A good second, and he was a good second for Hughes. 2 back off a 2-hole ride. 54 and 3, and behind Sports Teller closed in 28 and 1. So I think he is definitely the one to beat in here. I think it will be up close to the lead, if not on the lead in this compact field of 6. And I bet 'em Alive gets the job done here in race 3.
Well, we got a couple of horses here scoring down in through the stretch here, and I just noticed as we track along with the 5 Evil Lou here, Kurt. You know, this time of year when it's so dry. I mean, I know Jamie was out a little earlier with the water truck. About 20 minutes to fill that water truck. They'll get a bit of tank on when they go over the track, but it does not take long to dry out.
Yeah, it evaporates pretty quickly.
Yeah, and so you got to keep going with it. But there's a look at Evil Lou scoring down here. This is a 3-year-old colt by Dancing Lou. Mike McGuigan trains and drives today for the McDonald's. Mark and Alex, Josh and William as they're getting set to go. And this guy can really close out his mile. 6 for 9 top 3s in his campaign this year and moves to post 5 in here in this compact field.
Yeah, Dancing Lou, son of Dancing Lou, 3-year-old gelding. Head post 7 last time out, was 7 by 10 at the quarter, 8 by 6 at the half. And if Corey looked over at the tote board as they passed the half, he would have not have been a happy camper. 28 and 2, and I bet he knew they were shutting it down in the second quarter half. 58 and 3, and he was still able to rally for second. Incredible closing speed on this one last time out. 27 and 3, getting up for the deuce, and behind Nothing Bugs Me, who has been incredible since arriving here on Prince Edward Island from the West Coast. And so second last time out, 55 and 4. I think Evil Lou and Mike McGuigan have a really good shot at getting the deuce in here. I got a 4-5 exact, or 9-5 currently on Evil Lou.
Well, speaking of Corey, he's aboard here at the 1. This is Rosetown Eclipse here coming in front of you. And Corey made a couple of trips to the winner's circle on Thursday night as well. That brand new winner's circle, Kurt, we didn't get a chance to talk about it much, but during Governor's Plate Week, the team here, of course, led by Ronnie Judson, we redesigned the winner's circle on the fan side to give much more space and safety for the track. And that's something that we saw at the Meadowlands. As you know, they have a big winner's circle there. So I think it's been a great addition so far.
Yeah, I think so too. It's got that nice fence behind it too, and it just lets the horse come in and lets the other horses warm up without, ever worrying about whether horse warming up is kind of around the people getting their picture taken. So this takes that element out, and it provides a much bigger area in the winner's circle too for the connections to come out and get their picture taken.
That's
Rosetown
right.
Eclipse, though, this one's been good in his sophomore campaign, closing in on 20,000. One-time winner. Brody's Leona, she throws nice horses. Rosetown Mary, the mare out of her, she was incredible in her state career. Great age mare as well. And now Rosetown Eclipse by Pet the Moon. He's off to a great start in his career. 4-time winner from 19 starts, just shy of 70 grand maiden. He's coming into this race of a close second in an A stake in Summerside. So he'll be tough on the rail. I like him to close out my try.
Rosetown Stable, and Jimmy and Mike Gorman there on the ownership papers. So 20% of the time is the winning data from the rail so far this season. That's data from Standard Canada, so there's another great angle as well. Countdown clock's in for the third. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Rosetown Eclipse, Friar Voltaire, Geish's Treasure, Bet 'em Alive, Evil Lou, and Big Pond Cash, top of the stretch. Third race, ready for a start. Up and pacing, Bet 'em Alive, first call, Rosetown Eclipse up the rail, third into the turn, Fire Voltaire to get away, fourth, Geish's Treasure, then in fifth, it's Evil Lou, followed by the trailer, Big Pond Cash, their quarter pole bound, here's Bet 'em Alive and Barrio to take over the lead. Second is Rosetown Eclipse, away third, Friar Voltaire, then racing from fourth is Geish's Treasure. Evil Lou goes fifth, and Big Pond Cash is sixth. Opening quarter mile, 27-3 sitting up in here. That is Bet 'em Alive, the fraction setter. Right there in the two-hole, Rosetown Eclipse. Then in third, Friar Voltaire racing from fourth. That is Geish's Treasure. Evil Lou fifth, followed by Big Pond Cash. They're halfway home in the third, led by Bet 'em Alive. He had a big-time opening quarter mile, and he's halfway home in 57-2. Rosetown Eclipse tracking second, third, Friar Voltaire, then fourth. That is Geish's Treasure. There goes Evil Lou underway, fifth. Big Pond Cash will follow out sixth. Halfway up the backstretch for time two. Three quarters comes next. Bet 'em Alive, the leader on Rosetown Eclipse. Evil Lou is picked up third. Friar Voltaire along the rail fourth. Big Town Cash then along the inside. That's Geish's Treasure, 1:26-3. Three-quarter time, and they're homeward bound. Bet 'em Alive bringing them home. Rosetown Eclipse is second. Evil Lou third. On the wire next. Bet 'em Alive. Rosetown Eclipse in the final stride. Then it's Bet 'em Alive, then Evil Lou, and an excellent mile of 1:54.3.
All right, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 3 here this afternoon. It was Bet 'em Alive calling all the shots and 4-5 odds as they close the wings here. And Kurt just fades a little through the stretch, and the one capitalizes in deep stretch.
Yeah, I was worried about when Barrio kicked the plugs off the gate. Would he be able to rate Bet 'em Alive on the front end? He was. 27-3. He was able to get a nice second quarter of 29-4 down to the half, 57-2. I thought it was game over for Bet 'em Alive on the front end after that, but 126-3 to the three quarters. Closing quarter in the race was 28 flat, so Bet 'em Alive didn't exactly throw in the towel down the stretch. He raced good right to the wire. 54-3 is the mile. Rosetown Eclipse, so just Brody's Leona, she was great off a helmet. Rosetown Mary, great off a helmet. And Rosetown Eclipse, he's great off a helmet as well. He had that brave two-hole ride, and he was muscling up in the two-hole. McPherson pulled him out at the top of the stretch, and it was a gutsy effort to get up for the win. Closed it out in 27-4. So Rosetown Eclipse, huge in race 3. Bet 'em Alive gets seduced, and Evil Lou rounds out the top 3. 1-4-5 unofficially here in race 3.
Rosetown Eclipse arriving up the third race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding 3 years, the son of Bet the Moon, off the modern art dam, Brody's Leona. Home of the Rosetown stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman. Bred by Carrie and Emily Taylor and Lisa Richards. Trained and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. The colt will get his 5th lifetime victory today. And he'll pace a closing quarter in 27-4 to pick up a new race win record of 154-3. Rosetown Eclipse in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the third race. Rosetown Eclipse, the race winner. Friar Voltaire was 4th. Keisha's Treasure 5th. Bet 'em Alive 2nd. Evil Lou was 3rd. Big Pond Cash finished 6th. 27-3. 57-2. 126-3. Mile in 154-3. In review, 145-236. Rosetown Eclipse paid $8 to win. The exactor $25.90, the triactor was $28.90, and the superfecta $9.31.
All right, we'll be going to the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam in just a few minutes. Meet the horses coming up here in race number 4. And then in race number 5, we have the first of the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial trackside presentation. It comes with a beautiful cooler and a beautiful trophy to go along with it, a keeper trophy, and then a display trophy where you'll add your name to it as well. HBI rewards, they're new the last couple of years. We're very proud of them. And when you play here on Prince Edward Island, when you're playing Red Shores, Somerset, or Charlottetown, you'll collect rewards as you go. And we've just added Woodbine, Thoroughbred, and Standardbred to the mix here for our HBI players. The Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam coming in right now. The horses are rolling. And Kurt, you're going with the 5 here. That's Lindale, Mr. Mac.
Yeah, going with my brother, the Blue Knight, and Mr. Lindale, Mr. Mac here in race 4. I also like the 2 Moonlight and the 4 Redland Extinguisher, who is adding a Tony Morgan spreader. And also another equipment change in here, Shadows in the Night from the rail, going open to blind bridle. So keep that in mind when you place your wagers here in race 4. Post braid is next.
Shadows in the Night, leading the 4th race post parade, owned by Peter Smith, Don Smith, Gerald Morrissey and Wade Piccone, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Mark Campbell drives. Moonlight number 2, owned by the ICU stable of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Number 3 is Apple Pie Moonshine, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Redland Extinguisher number 4, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault, driven by Brody McPhee. Number 5, Lindale Mr. Mac, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes driving. 4 minutes to post time. Today, deadline for Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw.
Yeah, it's quite a package, too. It comes up around race number 10, and around that time, they'll collect all the ballots from all the different locations on that second chance draw. Chelsea will do that. Chelsea Aflac, who is our Gold Cup, experienced. She's a former Gold Cup ambassador. Now she has a role here of taking care of our guests, and she does a great job of that for our guest experience coordinator here. So, anyway, that draw will be coming up. You see the prize package there on your screen, and we'll be announcing that a little later today. I wonder if such a thing as an apple pie moonshine. I love the name. Have you ever heard of that? I'm not sure if there is. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be nice though, I think.
So we're heading out to the track here to pick up the contenders. Just give us a sec. So beautiful afternoon here in Charlottetown, and race number 4, the H, the T, the F on top of the page. Because it's the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial Day today, every race has seen an increase on behalf of the McDonald family for putting purses in today. So that's very kind, and we really appreciate that, all the support in the industry. Great ride-up in here today, and the HTF stands for Hilltop Farm, which is their farms in Belfast there with Wilbur and Pauline. There's a look at Lindale Mr. Mac and Kurt's brother Jason in the bike here today for Ashley Gamester, who's the trainer. David McDonald of Belfast is the owner. So they're getting set to go here this afternoon. Right there in the last start there, Kurt, only off the winner by 2.5 lengths, and you like the chances in here.
Yeah, I was on the outside for a long piece of that mile and still paced in 58 flat, still closed in 29 and 3. I thought the start before was really good from post 5. They were able to leave off the gate, get spotted a little closer to the front, sit in third, ended up third by 4, 57 and 4. One-time winner this year from 13 starts, one-time winner from 23 career starts, but just I think this is a great spot for him in this compact field, even though he has the outside post. Off his last couple trips, I think he is primed and ready to roll here this afternoon, and I think he could be due for a big win out there in post 5. So I'm back in the 5. Lindale, Mr. Mac, and Hughes here in race 4. Currently good price at 9-2.
Over to the backstretch we go here, and there's a look at Moonlight for Kenny Arsenault, who trains and drives here, and that's a busy race for Kenny. He's got, as a trainer, he's had 3 pupils in here today. He's opted to go with the 2, Moonlight, owned by the ICU stable at Charlottetown, but he's also got the 1, Shadows in the Night, and he also have the 4, Redland Extinguisher here too, so we'll get to them in a minute. But this is Moonlight, raised by Darren and Brendan Crow in Nova Scotia, makes the 12th start and goes after that first win is from the Kenny Arsenault barn, who recently notched his 1,000th training victory.
Yeah, he's a very good trainer, has been for a very long time. I remember a lot of the great horses, especially Meridian Magic. She was just an incredible filly, and Kenny managed her perfectly through her stake career. And like you said, he's got 3 in here, and he's dipped into the tickle trunk in the barn to make a couple of equipment changes on 2 of them. Opened the blind on the 1 and adding a Tony Morgan spreader on the 4. But he's driving the one that has not made an equipment adjustment, and that is the 2 Moonlight. And this one is probably the one that will be sitting up close to the lead. There's not a lot of gate speed in this race. I think Moonlight probably will cut the mile. We'll see from post 2 what Kenny decides to do. But he was a front end 4 starts back and almost got the job done, only beating a length and 3/4 at the wire. 59 and 4 for Barrio. Came first up 2 starts back again for Barrio. Finished another good 4th. And then last time out, race time to 58 and 3. Closing quarter 28 and 3. He was only back 3.5 at the wire. So this 3-year-old by Bet the Moon could get that elusive first victory in start number 21 of his career. Moonlight right now, even money.
All right, there's a look at the 4 here. After the most famous call in racing. That means we're getting close. Redland extinguisher here for Brodie McPhee. Again, from the Arsenault stable here. Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey have the ownership on this guy, and they also have shared ownership on Shadows in the Night here. They own Donald Smith and also Wade Piccone. So it's going to be interesting to see. There's lots of great connections in here. It looks like Kenny's sporting a new suit, and looks like Brodie McPhee is sporting a new suit. They're all getting ready for all the big spotlights coming up for Old Home Week, Kurt. But Redland Extinguisher coming into the action here. Another Arsenault trainee ownership group who have shares in the 1. Brodie finished second with him back in early June.
Yeah, he was a winner on the front for Bradley, 6 back and then 4 back for Brodie. He was a really good second from an outside post and adding the Tony Morgan spreader. So obviously this colt's getting at a knee or shin, doing some interfering up front. So they're adding the Tony Morgan spreader. Just hooks to the middle part of the Buxton on the chest, goes under the leg, and hooks up to the bike and just widens them out a little bit up front. Gives them a little room, so hopefully they clear and don't interfere, because that's probably what happened in the last 2 starts. As you can see on the lines, got away not bad last time out, sitting 5th by 5, ended up 7 by 10. So, and the more tired they get, the more they interfere. So hopefully the Tony Morgan spreader on the 4 will help. I like this one for 3rd on my ticket, 2-1 currently.
So the countdown clock's in for race number 4. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gates. Starter Jeff McDonald has the field. Back upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Shadows in the Night, Moonlight, Apple Pie Moonshine, Redland Extinguisher, Lindell Mr. Mac. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Lindell Mr. Mac from the outside, leaving out. Moonlight towards the rail, in between the horses. That's Apple Pie Moonshine. Up the rail, Shadows in the Night, followed by the trailer. Redland Extinguisher. Up the backstretch for time 1. Rough Gaiden and Fancy stepping on the front end. Lindell Mr. Mac found the lead for the Blue Knight Used. It's going to be short-lived. Moonlight popped out of the 2-hole to take over top spot. In line to Kenny Arsenault. Lindell Mr. Mac finding a better stride now in second. Third is Apple Pie Moonshine. Shadows in the Night goes 4th. And trailing this field, that's Redland Extinguisher 29. And for the opening quarter mile. On the point towards half mile, that's Moonlight the leader. Lindell Mr. Mac goes second. In mid-pack 3rd, Apple Pie Moonshine. Shadows in the Night is 4th. And the trailer 5th, Redland Extinguisher. They're halfway home. And Moonlight, the midway point leader in 1:01 and a 1, a second quarter breather. Around the paddock turn they go. Moonlight on top. Lindell Mr. Mac second. To the outside, Apple Pie Moonshine from 3rd. Shadows in the Night 4th. Redland Extinguisher, the trailer 5th. The 3/4 comes next. And that's Moonlight at the rail, the leader. Apple Pie Moonshine under some heavy urging second. 3rd at the rail is Lindell Mr. Mac. Then in 4th, it's Shadows in the Night. The trailer, Redland Extinguisher, 3/4 in 1, 31 and 2, and they're homeward bound. Moonlight the leader. Lindell Mr. Mac on the outside second. Shadows in the Night closing up at the rail. On the wire they come next. Lindell Mr. Mac in at the inside. Shadows in the Night. Lindell Mr. Mac way wide for the win. Then Shadows in the Night. Redland Extinguisher closing up 3rd in 2 minutes. 1/5.
Going to be a great stretch drive here to analyze, Kurt, as we take a look at the Universal Media slow-mo, and they fan off the top turn here. You got Moonlight in the center of the track, Shadows in the Night going dive on the inside of the passing lane, and Lindale Mr. Mac in the center of the stretch.
Yeah, I liked him to win this race. I just thought against this field here today, he was the best, and he ended up delivering as the favorite here in this one. The 5, Lindale Mr. Mac, leaves out, gets to the front early, a little give and go with Moonlight and Kenny Arsenault. I thought he may cut it with 29-4. It was well rated by Arsenault, 101 and 1, 131 and 2 3/4. That's when Jason popped pocket, and down the stretch they go. Closing quarter of the race, 28 and 4. Lindale Mr. Mac, a little better than that, probably 28 and 3 as he was revved up in the 2-hole, and he does deliver at 4 to 5. Shadows in the Night and Campbell scooting up the rail. They were close in that win photo at 7 to 1, getting the deuce, and Redland Extinguisher race better here for McPhee, getting the show-do. So 5-1-4 unofficially here in the 4th.
Lindale Mr. Mac has arrived at the 4th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 3 by Bet the Moon off the Life Sign Dam. Clover Hill Storm. He's a homebred of David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester and Jason Hughes. The Blue Knight will guide him to victory on this day. 2 minutes and 1/5. Lindale Mr. Mac in the 4th.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results now in the 4th race. Shadows in the Night was 2nd. Moonlight finished 4th. Apple Pie Moonshine 5th. Redland Extinguisher 3rd. Lindale Mr. Mac, the race winner. Fractions went 29 and 4, 101 and 1, 131 and 2, and the mile was 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top, your program reads 24531. Lindale Mr. Mac paid $370. The exactor $42.90, triactor $72.80, and the superfecta $19.12.
All right, well, coming up next is the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial here in Charlottetown as Race Day Live continues on this Saturday afternoon. Lee Drake and Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk and Studio 66. We get ready for Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. Nomination deadline for horses coming up Monday at 3 o'clock local time here as well. And, we talked about the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald and the investment that they made here today. There's a great TV slate for them, an awesome write-up in today's race program as well, Kurt. And I really like the angle here. It'd be so special to get this done with Mark Campbell and Bentley in race 5 off the rail, which I know is one of your top picks here for John Clary, because Mark, of course, Wilbur and, the connection that they have to Mark Campbell, through the years.
Yeah.
And Mark couldn't compete last year because he was a stakes program, but here he is leading the program, and this would be a nice touch to get
Absolutely.
it done.
Race 5 is the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. Number 1, Bentley, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, Mark Campbell driving. Here comes Emmett 2, is owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Honey River, David Dowling. Evil Vintage wears number 3, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, Corey McPherson trains and drives. 4, Redland Sampson, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. 5, The Sports Desk, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. West Coast Kid number 6, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Profit, trained by Philip Kelly, today Adam Murner. Number 7, Katie's Bet, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie from Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie. Jason Hughes drives. 80, Shake Me Up Hanover. Colin Shepard of Brackley is the owner and the driver. Morgan Shepard trains 4 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're all coming up with our selections here in race number 5. It's the first Super High 5 on this beautiful Saturday at the driving park, and we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. All hands on deck here in the 5th, boys, and it looks like the one-horse Bentley's taken all the money here in race number 5, and why not? 2 starts ago, a going-away winner in 54 and 2. He backed that up with a show finish and an A stake in 54 flat. He's on the rail and he's got Campbell. What more do you want, Kurt? That's my top choice. I like the 5, the Sports Desk, coming into the race on a 2-race win streak. Then I'm going to throw the longest shot on that toe board in for 3rd. Here comes Emmett, just playing one of those hunches, Kurt. And I think that David Dowling may be able to map out a trip for him in here. I'll go to 3, Evil Vintage for 4th. And the 4, Redland Sampson to close it out. 1, 5, 2, 3, 4 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, it'd be fitting if Mark would win this race with his connection to the family in Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. Their grandnephew Mark here with the rail. Bentley, 3-year-old colt by Peng Shui. As you mentioned, Vance, good in his last few starts. He's got 3 wins out of his last 5, 54 and 2 starts back, and then, like you said, followed it up with a good 3rd in 54, so I like him as well on top. I'm going to go a little different. I'm going to go Evil Vintage for 2nd, Corey McPherson. He already is a winner out of his stable, could get another winner here. This one was a winner 2 back in 58, and so I think Evil Vintage could be part of this ticket. I like the 4, Redland Sampson for part of the ticket. 8-1 on the morning line. Thought this one would be a long shot. Going to throw them in for 3rd. They were a winner 3 back from off the pace, 56 and 1. So I think in this spot here today, they could grab a piece of this. And I like the 2 as well. Here comes Emmett and Dowling, another long shot. I like that one as well, Vance. I'm going to close it out with the 5, the Sports Desk and Barrio. Reeled off 2 in a row. I can't seem to connect with this guy, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was a winner here today. Every time I back him, he doesn't get the job done, and when I don't, He does, so maybe play that angle here in race 5. I'm going 1-3-4-2-5. Vance Cameron, he likes a 1-5-2-3-4. So good luck with your super high 5 plays here in race 5. Full field of 8 going to battle in this 5th race. It is the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. 1-9 right now on the 1 Bentley as the field moves in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Kurt, I think he's been 1-9 since the draw, Bentley in here. That's how much the betting public likes him, and they're lining up. With Bentley, here comes Emmett, Evil Vintage, Redland Sampson, the Sports Dash, West Coast Kid, Katie's Bet, Shake Me Up, Hanover, top of the stretch. Here they come. Super high 5 post time. Up and pacing Bentley, the first one out. Here comes Emmett, and joining them on the outside, West Coast Kid is leaving out. 4th one into the turn, that is Evil Vintage. The getaway 5th, Redland Sampson. Then the Sports Dash is 6th. Katie's Bet 7th on the outside. Shake Me Up Hanover 8th. That's West Coast Kid, the longest shot on the board. His lead is going to be short-lived. Here comes the favorite, Bentley and Campbell, to take over by the quarter. West Coast Kid now 2nd. Here comes Emmett 3rd. 28 and 2 the quarter. That's Evil Vintage 4th. On the turn of Redland Sampson 5th. The Sports Desk has 6th. Katie's Bet is 7th. On the outside, Shake Me Up Hanover. Backfield in motion now. Down the stretch they come. Led to the half mile by Bentley. 2nd, that is West Coast Kid. Then in 3rd, here comes Emmett. Evil Vintage is 4th. The Sports Desk on the outside has fluxed the cover now of Evil Vintage off a half mile of 58 and 1. Over to the 5/8. Bentley, the leader on West Coast Kid. Coming 3rd on the outside is Evil Vintage. Here comes Emmett is 4th. The Sports Desk a stalled 5th. Redland Sampson 6th. Katie's Bet swings out 3 wide 7th. And the trailer, Shake Me Up Hanover. They're by 3/4. Bentley at the rail, the leader. Evil Vintage now is right alongside. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 2. 1/8 of a mile out. Bentley at the rail. Evil Vintage on the outside. Here comes Emmett 3rd. 4th, the Sports Desk. Deep stretch now on the wire. Bentley had to earn it today. Bentley will double up Campbell. Second, Evil Vintage. The Sports Desk come back on third. 1:55.3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 5. It was the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial, and what a stretch drive it was. The one on the inside, Bentley, put up all the early fractions, 28-2, nice off second quarter there, 58-1 to the half, three quarters, 127-2. That's when Campbell stepped on the gas pedal. The 3, Evil Vintage, I like this guy for second. He made it interesting around the last turn, but Bentley's going to dig back in and get a little space between him and the 3 at the wire. He gets the job done. Bentley and Campbell win the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial, 155-3 as he picks up his 5th of the season.
Well, he had to go out and earn it today, but his backers are rewarded as Bentley arrives at the 5th race winner's circle. Bay Facing Colt, 3 years. The son of Pang Shui is off the Western Hanover Dam. Western. A homebred of Michael Clary of Montague. Trained by John Clary, Mark Campbell, second winner of the afternoon for the double. Time for the mile in 1:55.3. Bentley captures the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. Plenty of friends and family joining us here at the driving park with the trackside trophy and cooler presentation. It's Bentley for the Clarys and Mark Campbell, 1:55.3.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 5, Bentley the winner. Here comes Emmett 4th. Evil Vintage was 2nd. Redland Sampson 7th. The Sports Desk was 3rd. West Coast Kid finished 8th, had broken equipment. Katie's Bet was 5th. Shake Me Up Hanover 6th. The fractions 28 and 2. 58 and 1. 127 and 2. And the mile in 155 and 3. In review 142. 738 56. Bentley paid $220. The exactor $5.80. Triactor $13. Super High 5 at $17.81.
Red Shores is proud to present HBI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points. Sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with hbibet.com and Red Shores. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Gulls paddock, Kim, and there's a look at our selections for this upcoming 6th race. It is the 2-year-olds and younger. Now winners 1 race life, also eligible now winners 2 races life. We have a scratch. Woodmere Kobe was going to be my top play, but that one is scratched. So I'm going with a 2-7-3 in here. Classifier's choice also likes the 3 and 7 as well. The horses are making their way out onto the track. Post parade for the 6 is next.
Sixth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Choose Me, owned by Lorne Larkin of Mount Herbert, trained by Joey Pino. Joey drives. Streak Antonio, number 2, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill Barrio. Captain Vesbit G, number 3, is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Zendaya's Cracker Jack, number 4, owned by Hal Smith of Pondle, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. 5, Woodmere Kobe is scratched. Number 6, Regret Nothing, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell up. Bet on Evil, number 7, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Trainer-driver Mike McGuigan. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt returns with details on the Red Shores 20th anniversary giveaway.
That's right, Vance. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Red Shores Charlottetown, and we're celebrating in style. Customers who spend $20 or more on casino, racing, or dining at Red Shores Charlottetown will receive a ballot for a chance to win weekly prizes and the grand prize of $20,000 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Gold Cup and Saucer Night, August 16th. Okay, race 6 starters on track. Really good looking group of 2-year-olds. Some looking for win number 1. We do have one winner in the field, and that is the 7, Bet on Evil, and that one is taking all the money right now at 1-2. But I'm going a different route. I like Bet on Evil for second. I'm going to go with the 2, Streak Antonio. Raymond Primo is the owner of Quebec, and he's also the breeder. Ron Matheson is the trainer, and Gilles Barrio will do the driving, and Gilles has been in the seat since this one qualified back on July 3rd. Pretty nice qualifier there on July 10th, winning in 2:01 and 3, and followed it up with a really good 4th in a grass route in Summerside from post 7. Spotted them 10 lengths at the quarter and ended up only beating 3 at the finish. Closed it out 29 and 4 for a mile of 2 minutes 4/5. So look for this one to get the win from post 2, 7-2 currently. Doesn't look like the 2, Streak Antonio, has a lot of gate speed, so we'll see what Barrio decides to do from post 2, but great option for first and second if you're playing the exactor in here. Bet on Evil definitely deserves some attention. Currently 3-5 now on the board. Mark McDonald shares ownership with Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. This one was free-legged in his last 2 starts. Winner in 59 first start without the hobbles, and then in the grass route last time out, unfortunately made a break. So the hobbles are back on. The 7, Bet on Evil. We'll see how he does from post 7, but definitely, like I said, deserves attention. Closed it out 28 and 4 after the break last time out. So if this one minds his manners, I could see him getting the job done. He raced really good with the hobbles on in Churro in an A stake. Head post 7, rallied to be 3rd at the finish, placed 2nd, 2 minutes 1/5. So Bet on Evil, great shot at getting the win here in race 6. 3-4 currently. Mike not taking any chances on a break this time out, so he's got the hobbles back on the 7. The 3, there is Vespa G. This Captain Vespa G. Miles Heffernan will drive, and this one tried at free-legged 2:02 and 4, but then they decided to put the hobbles back on. Good second in his debut. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Captain Crunch, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville PEI, and this one was 4th last time out. Had a good 2-hole ride. Race time in 2 minutes 2/5. Closed it out 30 flat. Should get another trip up close to the lead here today, probably on front or in the 2-hole. That's the way I see it setting up here in race 6. I think the 7 will be leaving. Captain Vespa G will be leaving as well. But I do like Streak Antonio to win. I'm at 2-7-3 here in race 6. The 3 right now at 6-5. Freshman Pacers lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 6. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Choose me, Streak Antonio, Captain Besby G, Zendaya's Cracker Jack, Regret Nothing, Bet on Evil, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Captain Besbit G on the rail. Choose Me will lead them out. Captain Besbit G goes second, then the third one at the rail. That's Streak Antonio. Fourth on the turn, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. From the outside, fifth is Bet on Evil, and the trailer, that is Regret Nothing on the backstretch. And the long shot leader, that is Choose Me for Joey Pino by 2.5. Racing all alone in second, Captain Besby G back into third. Streak Antonio, then fourth, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Bet on Evil fifth, and the trailer Regret Nothing 29 and 2 open this one up. They're at the 3/8 pole. Choose Me out in front, clear by 3. Racing from second, Captain Besby G back into third, Streak Antonio. Moving up to take over fourth, on the outside is Bet on Evil. Now racing from fifth, Zendaya's Cracker Jack, and the trailer, that is Regret Nothing, halfway home on the lead. Choose Me, 58 and 4. Consecutive 29 and 2 splits at the 5/8. Choose Me has a challenger. Streak Antonio set to take over the lead. Bet on Evil on the outside is moving up third. Fourth, Captain Besbit G on the move fifth. That's Zendaya's Cracker Jack, and trailing the field, Regret Nothing. They're by 3/4, now led by Streak Antonio in 1:29. Second is Bet on Evil, then racing from third, Zendaya's Cracker Jack, and they're homeward bound now, led by Streak Antonio. Bet on Evil on the outside, back into third, Zendaya's Cracker Jack on the wire. Here's Bet on Evil for Mike McGuigan. Second is Streak Antonio. Zendaya's Cracker Jack will finish third. Time for this mile, 1:57.4.
Great move by Mike, putting the hobbles back on. Bet on Evil. You got to be able to drive them in the race. You can't be nursing them around all the turns and that one made a break last time out. Bet on Evil. Good on the front end from the rail, 2 back, but I understand why he made the decision to put the hobbles back on. He was good in his debut with the hobbles on, so why not put them back on, and then you're assured that the pacing will continue for the Bet on Evil during the race. So Bet on Evil taken back early in this one, and a nice rally again. Head post 7 in his debut. That was a nice rally, and he rallied to win here. Perfect second over trip behind the 2. Streak, Antonio, and Barrio. Choose Me put up the early fractions, hot early fractions, 58 and 4. And the 7, Bet on Evil, was able to pick up the pieces in the stretch, getting the job done. 157 and 4, 28 and 4, closing quarter in this one, and his was a little better than that. So he gets the job done at 7-5. Streak Antonio was a slight favorite, going to be second off that first up trip, and Zendaya's Cracker Jack in there for third at long odds for Brody McPhee. 7-2-4 unofficially here in race 6.
Bet on Evil in the sixth race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Gelding, 2 years, the son of Bet the Moon, off the Western Ideal Dam Evil Fight, owned by Mark McDonald. Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald, bred by Elmer Folland and Tara Baird. Mike McGuigan training and driving and guiding him to a new record today of 157 and 4. Bet on Evil in the sixth.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results from race 6. Choose Me finished 5th. Streak Antonio 2nd. Captain Vesbit G was 4th. Syndeo's Cracker Jack finished 3rd. Woodmere Kobe was scratched. Regret Nothing finished 6th. Bet on Evil, the race winner. 29 and 2, 58 and 4. 129 and the mile in 157 and 4. In review, it's 5-2-4, 3 scratched, 6-1. Bet on Evil paid $4.90, the Exactor $12.50, Triactor $87.40, and the Superfecta $33.92. Seventh race, $5,000 claiming Pacers now parading. Bankroll 1 owned by Brendan Mullen, Dean Lewis, April McCormick, and Kenneth Fisher. Trained by Brendan Mullen, Mark Campbell driving. One Rock number 2 is owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldson. Corey McPherson drives. Raised on Blacktop number 3, owned by Windermere Farms, Landa Murphy, Clyde Balderson, and Matt Burke. Trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Check Your Source wears number 4. The owners are Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner. Number 5, Jester, Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. 5 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Yeah, shout out to the track crew. They got this track lightning fast here today as we take a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center and Windermere Sky. What a trip she goes here today in race number 1. 2-year-old filly in against aged horses, not even aged filly mares, aged horses. And she absolutely pops out of the 3-hole and scoots right on by down the stretch. Closed it out in 27 and change for the victory in 1:55 and 3. New speed badge for Windermere Sky as she remains perfect through 3 starts out of the Earl Watts stable. Mark Campbell was in the seat for the win, and the 162 try paid $129.50. And then over in race number 2, Shanghai Whiskey picked up his first parimutuel win off a pocket trip. He was sitting behind the 7 Saltwater Captain through fractions of 30 and 2, minute 3/5, 3/4 132, kicked home in 28 and change for the victory, and 2:01 and 1 for Shanghai Whiskey and Wade Myers. 274 try, paid a good one at 115.10. In race 3 this afternoon, another pocket sitter winner here. This time, Rosetown Eclipse. Following behind Bet 'em Alive through fractions of 27 and 3, 57 and 2, 126 and 3 to 3/4. Gets up for the win in 154 and 3, pacing his last quarter in 27 and change. Rosetown Eclipse over Bet 'em Alive and Eva Lou, and that chalky try paid $28.90. That was a new record for Rosetown Eclipse as well, 2 seconds off his personal best. Over in race 4, here we had Lindale Mr. Mac. It was another pocket sitting winner. Lindale Mr. Mac shot out to the front, little give and go with Moonlight early. Kenny Arsenault back to the front, 29 and 4, half 101 and 1, 3/4 131 and 2, and Lindale Mr. Mac gets up for the win in 2 minutes, 1/5, 514 try, paid $72.80. And then in race 5, the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial Super High 5 time here in Charlottetown, our first Super High 5 of the day. And Bentley delivers as the chalk 1-9 choice in race 5 for Mark Campbell, stopping the clock in 155 and 3 as he picks up his 5th win of the season. He got it done on the front end from the rail for Campbell, and that 135 try paid $13, and the 20-cent Super High 5 13527 paid $17.81. Then we just watched in race 6 a nice off the pace score. Bet on Evil. Mike McGuigan, a perfect second over trip following the 2 Streak Antonio. Choose Me and Joey Pino put up the early fractions, half 58 and 4, 3/4 129. Stops the clock here in 157 and 4. Another new speed badge here today for Bet on Evil as he gets it done in 157 and 4. 724 try paid $87.40, and that is a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, down to a minute to go here before race 7. 5,000 claimers on track. It's a field of 5. The favorite right now, One Rock. I like One Rock to get the job done as well for Corey McPherson. Got a great post this time out, and so I'm looking for One Rock to get the job done at 1-9. 6-1 on Bankroll. I like this one last time out. He came first up for Campbell, and he faded late in the mile, ended up getting beat a length and 3/4 at the finish for Mark. But he wasn't back by much at the finish, and it was a pretty good first over effort for him. So he has the rail here today. He will be tough from post 1. Raised on Blacktop, currently 6-1 on the board, coming into this race off a strong second at this level last time out, rallying from off the pace for Langell. Langell's staying in the seat here today for Earl Watts. So Raised on Blacktop, if you're playing the exotics in here, Raised on Blacktop, good option at 6-1. The 4 is Check Your Source. Adam Murner driving for Gordy Hennessy. Coming into this race off a win at this level last time out. Pocket sitting winner, 58-2, 29-2 closing quarter. Long shot right now at 13-1. And 22-1 right now on Jetster, who won his 50th career victory during Governor's Plate Week in Summerside, winning on the front end, 56-1 for Mark Campbell. Ryan Darash in the seat last time out. They had the front end in this 5,000 claimer, ended up 5th. So we'll see how they do from post 5. Right now at 21-1. And just a reminder, see Tracy, Betty, or Heather to get in on the 50-50 draw here today. Pot is sitting at over $1,000 to the winners. So see Tracy, Betty, or Heather to get in on the 50-50 draw. Five claimers lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 7. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
$5,000 claimers bankroll. One Rock Raised on Blacktop. Check Your Source. Jetster, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and facing Bankroll at the rail, the first one out. One Rock goes second. Then the third one into the turn is Check Your Source at the rail, Raised on Blacktop fourth, and the trailer, that'll be Jetster. At the 8th pole, Bankroll and Campbell out in front. One Rock got away with a 2-hole ride, racing from third. That is Check Your Source, and they're jamming up a little, and One Rock vacates the 2-hole, and McPherson will send him on to the lead after an opening quarter mile. Bankroll gave way for the 2-hole ride. Then in third, Check Your Source, Raised on Blacktop fourth, and the trailer 5th is Jetster, 28-1. Open this one up. Now the leader, One Rock, towards half mile. Bankroll is second, racing from third. That is Check Your Source, Raised on Blacktop, continuing fourth, followed by the trailer, who is Jetster. Halfway home in the 7th, led by One Rock. 2-hole ride now belongs to Bankroll. Then third, Check Your Source, 57-2 for a half a mile. Sent to the outside fourth, Raised on Blacktop is underway. Jetster trails 5th. To the backstretch they go. Time 2 en route to 3/4. One Rock the leader on Bankroll. From the outside and first over now third. That is Raised on Blacktop. At the rail 4th is Check Your Source. The trailer, but not out of it. That is Jester, 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. Around the turn for the final time. One Rock at the rail. Bankroll found a way out now for the stretch drive. Then in third, Check Your Source. Raised on blacktop, Jester. Deep stretch now in an all-out war to the finish. One Rock for Corey McPherson. Second, that'll go to Bankroll. We'll need a show photo. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 1.
Okay, One Rock driven aggressively here this afternoon by Corey McPherson. Was in the 2-hole for a little bit, but Corey was asking him up the backstretch, and I thought he may try to go back to the front, and he did as the One Bankroll released him to the front. 28 and 1, half 57 and 2. Got that 30 and 1 third quarter breather that he needed to fend off this late challenge from the pocket sitter. Bankroll, who's going to take his shot late in the mile for Campbell. Not enough, though. One Rock delivers here and picks up his 30th career win. Time of the mile, 1:56 and 1 for One Rock. Bankroll second, I think raised on blacktop. Yeah, he's in there for third. So 2-1-3 unofficially in the 7th.
Be sure to get your 50-50 draw ticket. Right now, Tracy's on the tarmac dressed in her 50-50 attire. Make sure you pick one up. It's the 50-50 draw from your friends at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. One Rock in the 7th race winner's circle, Bay Pacing gelding 8 by Pet Rock off the Art Major Dam. Be Intensified, owned and trained by Luke Burke from Donaldson, bred by Stephen Stewart, the Elegant Stable, Carmen Iacone, and the TLP Stable. Corey McPherson, second winner for the double. The horse picks up his 30th lifetime victory today, 1:56 and 1. One Rock and the McPherson double in the 7th. Now the official results in race 7. Bankroll was second. One Rock, the race winner. Raised on blacktop, third. Check Your Source, fourth. Jetster finished fifth. 28 and 1, 57 and 2, 127 and 3, and the mile in 1:56 and 1. From the top, your program reads 21345. One Rock paid $3.50. Exactor $8, Triactor $13.60, and the Superfecta was $1.29.
The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by 2- and 3-year-old Payson Colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. Look inside the paddock, courtesy of the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam, and you're going to see our selections there. I'm at 6-2-3 in here. Classifier's choice 5-4-1. I think Cheese Whiz. This one has been racing that tough winners of 3, not more than 5 races life, and that is some tough sledding. So Cheese Whiz in against the 401s here today. 10-1 on the morning line. Don't think this one will be 10-1 when they say go here today. So I'm at 6-2-3 again. Classifier's choice is 5-4-1 in the upcoming 8th race.
Eighth race on the track, set for post parade, 1 Neptune Sealster, owned by Carly Ward, and Mickey Gallant and Nicole McPherson, trained by Mickey Gallant. Ryan DeRoss drives. Power of 4, number 2, David Dowling driving for owner-trainer Erwin Neal, Charlottetown. Roll Your Coin, number 3, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn. Miles Heffernan drives. St. Charles Fireball 4, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Jill Barrio. 5 is Sports Royalty, owned by Beth and Wendy McRae of Belfast, trained by Wendy McRae. Mark Campbell up. Cheese Whiz, number 6, owned by Sandra Webster. Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving. Number 7, Texas Drifter, owned by Tyler Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie. Jason Hughes drives. 4 minutes to post time. The James McGregor Memorial is scheduled for Friday, August 15th, and proudly presented by title sponsor, The Guardian.
The Guardian is the title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation. This special race is held annually during Gold Cup Week and honors the contributions of the McGregor family to the harness racing industry.
And the Maritime Magic Man takes the quadruple Perio and Avatar J.
Don't miss this year's race, scheduled for Friday, August 15th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation, proudly presented by The Guardian.
Okay, race 8 starters on track. No winners of 401. Last four, it is the PIP SC Charlottetown SH Subgroup Health Professionals Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner, and the winner I think will be Cheese Whiz at a post 6 here. As I mentioned prior to post break, this one has been racing that tough winners of 3, not more than 5 races life. Take a look at who this one's been racing in his last 3 starts. Nothing bugs me. DJ Mustang's having a great year. Evil Lou also having a great year as well. So really tough company in his last 3 starts. 3-year-old colt by Better Than Cheddar, owned by Sandra Webster. Jeff Cummings, Courtney Glant, Nicole McPherson, Cliff Murphy trains, Kenny Murphy in the seat. This one has pretty good gate speed, so if Cheese Whiz can get out to the lead or up close even, sitting up in the top 2, I think this one has a really good shot at getting the win. 55-2, 2 back, 57-2 last time out, 28-4 closing quarter. Right now at 3-1 is a great price for Cheese Whiz. There is Power of 4. David Dowling drives for Irwin Neal. He owns from Charlottetown. He also is the trainer. Dowling's been in the seat over the last 6 starts. He's driven this one 5 times. Racing pretty well for him as well. 58-1 last time out, 57-2, 2 back. Closing it out in 27-2, 2 starts back. So he's getting another kick at this 401 level. Dropped to this level last time out. Had to come on the outside there and ended up getting a little tired late in the mile. So hopefully a better trip today for Power of 4. He deserves a little attention on the board. Currently you're getting great odds on him at 7-1. Going to take it a shot at a long shot in here for 3rd. Roll Your Coin, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley. Stephen Quinn trains. Miles Heffernan in the seat. Shows pretty good miles up and down the page, but unfortunately is not drawn well in his last 7 starts. Only has 1 inside post inside of 5 in his last 7 starts. That was 3 back. He had post 3. Ended up 4th, race timed in 57 at this 401 level. So another good draw for this one. I have to think that puts him in play in this race. So Roll Your Coin currently long odds 15-1. Getting close here in race 8. I want to give a shout out and congratulations to James McDonald. PEI's own James McDonald winning the Hambletonian Oaks this afternoon at the Meadowlands, 51-2 aboard Conversano. So congrats again to PEI's James McDonald getting the job done in the Hambletonian Oaks at the Meadowlands. PIP SC Charlottetown SH Subgroup Health Professionals Pace here in race 8, field of 7. They'll be trackside with the winner, and the field is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Neptune Sealster, Power of 4, Roll Your Coin, St. Charles Fireball, Sports Royalty, Cheese Whiz, Texas Drifter. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride is 3. Roll your coin. Rough and pacing Sports Royalty leaving out between horses Power of 4 at the rail. Neptune Sealster will leave on this day. Crossing over from 4th around the turn, Texas Drifter. Then in 5th, St. Charles Fireball. Cheese Whiz goes 6th. And the trailer 7th, Roll Your Coin. Along the backstretch as they race to the opening quarter in unfamiliar territory today. Neptune Sealster right on the choo-choo in line to Ryan DeRoche by almost 2. Second at the rail, Power of 4. Then third, that's Sports Royalty. Racing from 4th, Texas Drifter, 29 seconds flat the quarter. From 5th is St. Charles Fireball. Cheese Whiz goes 6th, trailing 7th. Roll Your Coin. Straight alignment at the opening half mile, led by Neptune Sealster. 2-hole ride to Power of 4. Third, Sports Royalty, the newcomer. First up, 4th. Texas Drifter underway. St. Charles Fireball following him second over 5th. Up the rail goes Cheese Whiz, and the trailer Roll Your Coin 58 and 1 for a half a mile. They're on the back stretch for the second time, led to 3/4 by Neptune Sealster. Power of 4 now up and at him second. Third at the rail, Sports Royalty. Texas Drifter on the outside 4th. Cheese Whiz came through to be 5th. Now in 6th, Roll Your Coin. Trailing the field, St. Charles Fireball, the 3/4 in 1, 28 and 4, just an 1/8 of a mile out. Power of 4 now the leader. Neptune Sealster at the rail. Sports Royalty found a way out on the far outside. Deep stretch now. Power of 4 in line to David Dowling. Tight for the deuce, Cheese Whiz up against Neptune Sealster in a place picture, but it's Power of 4, 158. Bullet.
Okay, well, I mentioned prior to the race here that the 2 Power of 4 getting along great with Dowling, been racing great for Dowling over the last 6 starts. And today, last time out, they came first up, ended up getting a little tired late in the mile. Well, today, first up, he's able to grind out the victory. Time of the mile, 158 flat for David Dowling and Power of 4 as they're going to get it done here in the 8th race. It was the IPSC Charlottetown SH Subgroup Health Professionals Pace, and it goes to Power of 4 and Dowling.
Here comes Power of 4 into the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gowling, 7 years, the son of Sunshine Beach. Off the Sports Writer Dam, Dancing in the Nude. Owned and trained by Irwin Neal of Charlottetown. Bred by Hudson Standardbreds of Quebec. David Dowling guides him to victory on this day in 1:58. Joining at trackside, the PIPSC Charlottetown, the SH Subgroup Health Professionals, with their cooler presentation here in race number 8. Power of 4 for David Dowling in 1:58. Now the official results from race 8, Neptune Sealster second. Power of 4, the race winner. Roll Your Coin sixth. St. Charles Fireball was seventh. Sports Royalty finished fourth. Cheese Whiz third. Texas Drifter was fifth. The fractions went 29, 58 and 1, 128 and 4, and the mile in 158. From the top, your program reads 216-7435. Power of 4 paid $670 to win. The Exactor $37.40, Triactor $165, and the Superfecta was $83.92.
Last call for 50-50, over 1,000 to the winner. See Tracy, Betty, or Heather to get in on the 50-50 draw here today. Okay, the 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Ground starting at 11:30 a.m. And you can join us on October 9th from 3 to 7 p.m. at the exhibition grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And the air has been a little cooler over the last week or so, and I call it the Atlantic Classic sale air. Once it gets a little cooler, my mind's almost programmed to start thinking about the babies in the fall sale. So yeah, you won't want to miss that, October 10th at 11:30 a.m. Race 9 coming up next. Now winners 1,001 last four. Here's a look at my selection in the upcoming 9th race. I'm going with a 5-4-2. Classifier's choice 5-4-1 in the upcoming 9th race.
Rockin' Novel on the 9th race parade, owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River. Trained by Roy Reynolds, Mark Campbell driving. Ashes to Ashes 2 on Belinda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone, trained by Ron Mathis and Jill Barrio. Hippie John 3, owned by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Laugh Again Hanover number 4, owned by Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. I'm a Looker 2 wears number 5, owned by Corey Livingston, Ethan Murray, Jeremy Hoffman, and Blendish Young, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 6 is Weimar Jimbo, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Juice out of Rossico. Eric does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Cheeky Play is 7. Corey McPherson of Cornwall co-owns, trains and drives. Co-owner is Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. 5 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Late Pick 4 starts in race number 13, featuring the $1,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout.
Race 9 starters on track now. Winners 1001 last 4 starts. Here's a look at my top play. I'm a Looker 2. Going to go with the 8-year-old horse by Shadow Play in here out of the Adam Murner stable. Corey Livingston, Ethan Murray, Jeremy Hoffman, and Blenice Young all share ownership, and he's been good since entering the Murner stable. They claimed him for $5,000 back on June 21st. Has a second and a third in his last 3. Tried to cut the mile 2 starts back. Pretty punishing fractions, and he ended up 6th on that day. So if Murner rates him better or even covers him up here today, I think he can pick up the win here down at this non-winners 1001 last 4 level. He is getting the attention on the board right now as the 3-5 Chuck. Laugh Again Hanover, another one with a good shot in here. 7-year-old horse by McCardle. Jason Hughes drives for trainer Ashley Gamester. Donnie McRae and Blair and Eric McLaughlin, they share ownership on this one, looking for win number 22 of his career, coming into this race off a big win from a covered up trip last time out, 56 down at the 701 level. He was looking for the front that day, had to go to plan B, sat in, and was able to get up for the win at the finish. 29-4 closing quarter. Race good prior to that as well. Good closing quarters up and down his page. 28, 2 starts back. Closed in 27-3, 3 back. So he's a nice horse out of the Gamester stable. And Laugh Again Hanover does have the inside advantage over I'm a Looker too. So we'll see what happens when the wing's full, but I think he'll be forwardly placed and he could win a nice value here at 4-1. Another one that enjoyed the drop down to that 701 class was the 2, Ashes to Ashes. 2 starts back, was a winner right on the front end, 56-1. Last time out, tried a big 3-wide blast. He had a good second over trip and ended up third, 2 3/4 at the finish, 57-1 at this level. So another good draw for Ashes to Ashes. He will be in play here today for sure at long odds right now, 17-1. The field for race 9, field of 7. They're going to line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
A rockin' novel, Ashes to Ashes, Hippie John, Laugh Again Hanover, I'm a Looker too, Rymar Jimbo, Cheeky Play, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing rockin' novel at the rail, the first one out. Second is Ashes to Ashes, Laugh Again Hanover away third. Then the fourth one into the turn is I'm a Looker too. Hippie John's away fifth with Rymar Jimbo sixth. Cheeky plays seventh, the quarter pole bound. Rockin' Novel and Mark Campbell out in front. Early company coming to call. Laugh Again Hanover and the Blue Knight U set to clear the lead at the quarter. Rockin' Novel now second. Ashes to Ashes third. I'm a Looker two's away fourth. Hippie John's in fifth, followed by Rymar Jimbo and Cheeky Play 28 and 2. The opening quarter mile, they're in straight alignment now. Off the turn they come, and they're led by Laugh Again Hanover. Rockin' Novel with the 2-hole ride, then third, Ashes to Ashes. In mid-pack fourth, that's I'm a Looker too. Hippie John goes fifth. Racing from sixth is Rymar Jimbo, and the trailer seventh, Cheeky Play 57 and 2 was the half mile. Midway into the paddock turn for the second time, they go to 5-8. Chasing Laugh Again Hanover. Rockin' Novel second. Here comes I'm a Looker too. On the move in the outside third. Riding the rail fourth. Ashes to Ashes. On the outside fifth is Hippie John. Rymar Jimbo sixth. And the trailer seventh. Cheeky Play. New leader by 3/4. I'm a Looker 2 and Murder take over late. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 4, and they're homeward bound. I'm a Looker 2 strikes the lead. Laugh Again Hanover second, Rockin' Novel third. Up the rail, Ashes to Ashes. I'm a Looker 2 in line to Adam Murner. Up the inside, Ashes to Ashes second, Laugh Again Hanover third. Good trip. 1:54.4.
As I mentioned in the post-time picks, he used to be able to run and gun on the front at this level with ease, but he's getting a little older, and so he needs to let someone else do the heavy lifting, at least for a little bit of the mile. And Murner drove him absolutely perfect here today, sitting off the hot early speed put up by Laffigan. Hanover 28-2, 57-2. Murner pulled on the right line, took his shot in the second half of the mile, and he responded. He likes this kind of trip too, that first over kind of brush and crush style victory, and he does it here today. Nice mile, 154 and 4 for Amalooker 2 and Adam Murner here in race 9.
Here comes I'm a Looker 2 to the ninth race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Stallion 8 by Shadow Play. Off the Cam Luck Dam, Time Extra. Owned by Corey Livingston, Ethan Murray, Jeremy Hoffman, and Blendish Young. Bred by Fred Wolford of London, Ontario. Trained and driven to victory by Adam Murner. The horse paces to his 40th lifetime victory today. Excellent trip of 154 and 4. I'm a Looker 2 in the ninth. Now the official results in race 9, Rockin' Novel 4th. Ashes to Ashes 2nd. Hippie John 5th. Laugh Again Hanover 3rd. I'm a Looker 2, the race winner. Rymar Jimbo finished 7th. Cheeky Play was 6th. Fractions of 28 and 2. 57 and 2. 126 and 4. And the mile, 154 and 4. In review, 425 3176. I'm a Looker 2, paid $320 to win. The Exactor was $24.90, Triactor $48.70, and the Superfecta $10.33.
Okay, well, back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown. What a beautiful afternoon it has been, and still lots of action to come. We're coming up with the next trackside presentation in the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. You saw it back on race 5. What a great crowd here today, Kurt, for that. Nice cooler presentation and trophies presentations as well, so that's coming up here in just a few minutes. Now, the McRae Backhoe and Trucking title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. And for race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. Let's roll in your picks here as we get a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. And your picks rolling for race number 10 this afternoon. You're going to Mappo's Line.
Yeah, Mappo's Line. Nice to get a look at him again. Here he was a winner in Inverness, 54-4, 27-4 final panel, and he did great things over at Northside Downs as well. He's got 4 wins and a second from 5 starts this year. He's got 29 lifetime wins, looking for his 30th career win. He's got a mark of 49-2. Moves into the Beau Ford stable, who's batting .839 on the season. So Gilles Barrio picks up the live catch drive out there in post 7. Yeah, I'm at 7-3-5. I like Tradition as well, and Avatar J coming in off the scratch.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today, valued at $1,320. The winning number will be Y2376794. Today's 50-50 winning number for $1,320, Y2376794. Good luck. Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is the 10th race with the trackside presentations. All about the cash. Number 1, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Gator Hanover 2 is owned by Hervé Lajoie of St. Antoine, New Brunswick. Adam Murner training and driving. 3 Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy. Mark Campbell up. 4 is Elroy Shiner, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes. Corey McPherson catch drives. Avatar J, number 5, owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point and Jody Sanderson of Cornwall, trained by Darren Smith, Jason Hughes. Malevolent, number 6, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Mappo's Lion, number 7, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Carol Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Beau Ford now the conditioner. Gilles Barrio drives. 4 minutes to post time. Lee and Kurt are back with more on the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial.
That's right, Vance, and a thank you to the McDonald family today. We've been dealing with Ron throughout this whole campaign. It started last year, and one thing about it, it's such a special day because every race that's on the program, although there are 2 trackside presentations with trophies and coolers, every race on the program, Kurt, gets an elevated purse bump on behalf of the McDonald family, and we really do appreciate that. And it just goes to prove their commitment with the industry, and of course Wilbur and Pauline McDonald over the years as well. So it's a really nice touch, and it's their day on this day, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. The horsemen and women here really appreciate it. The elevated purse is just it helps out, and so a very nice gesture on their family's behalf.
So the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial Trackside presentation coming up. They go for a purse here of $6,300 and a great-looking field of 7. Over to Kurt to pick up the top contenders.
And I think Mappo's Line's going to get the most of this big purse here Lee. He's got the outside post, but he's been racing super over in Nova Scotia. Winner last time out in Inverness from post 6. Rallied from off the pace to win in 54 and 4 for Claire McDonald. Closed it out 27 and 4. A winner prior to that on the front end, 55 and 2 for Ryan Campbell as well. And he reeled off a couple wins in a row to start off his 2025 campaign. So moves into the powerful Beau Ford stable, batting 839 this year, and Gilles Barrio gets the live catch drive. So Matt Beau's line, we watched him do great work up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's got a mark of 49 and 2 a lifetime, so nice to see him here in Charlottetown. 5-2 currently.
Yeah, what a classy looking horse there as he comes in front of the crowd. Packed house here this afternoon. They're getting a look at a superstar for sure.
Okay, over to number 3 here, Tradition. If you're playing the exactor, here's a good option. Tradition and Mark Campbell got along great last time out, 53 and 2, finishing 3rd. Closed it out 28 seconds flat. Giselle Bernard of Bethel shares ownership with Laurie Hennessy. Gordy Hennessy is the trainer. And again, Mark Campbell retaining the mount here. Reeled off 2/3 in a row, both trips, and 53 and change. Got along great with Mark Campbell. So Tradition getting the hot hands of Campbell. Currently the slight choice at 6-5. And there's the 5, Avatar J. This one's owned by Darren Smith and Jody Sanderson. Darren is the trainer. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. I'm playing the angle off this scratch. He raced super off the scratch back on June 21st. Getting the job done in 52 and 2. He was covered up for most of that mile, sitting in the 2-hole. Closed it out 27 and 1. Followed it up with strong back-to-back second place finish up to 26:01 level. So scratched again last time out. He raced good off 3 weeks last time, so I'm going to play that angle here for the Blue Knight and Avatar J at 11-1.
Well, a couple of notes just before we go to gate here. The second chance draw will be made here this afternoon. It'll be ballots will be gathered after this race, and then we'll be announcing the winner. Kurt will probably announce the winner before the end of the race program today. And if the winner's on site, we have the prize package all ready to go for you. And speaking of big draws, the 20th anniversary draw that continues. The grand prize draw comes up Gold Cup night for $20,000. And how can you get in? Well, 3 great ways to get in on that. You spend $20 or more in live racing, you'll receive a ballot. Ballot drums in the main new entrance here at Red Shores. On the casino floor as well. And through our restaurants. You'll have an opportunity to get your ballot if you spend $20 or more for $20,000. And the field is being called into the gate. Countdown clock is in for the 10th race this afternoon. They're lining in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and we'll send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
All about the cash. Gator Hanover. Tradition. Elroy Shiner Avatar J. Malevolent. Mappo's Lions on the outside. Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. Lots of friends and family here at the driving park. 10th race, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Elroy Shiner leaving out his stablemate is all about the cash. Second into the turn. Offside. Gator Hanover got fancy stepping around the turn to pick up third now. Tradition to get away fourth. Mappo's Lion. Then fifth along the inside. That is Avatar J. Gator Hanover on the outside, sixth. Seventh is Malevolent on the backstretch. And the teammates are at it here. Up front, here comes All About the Cash to take over the lead from his stablemate, Elroy Shiner. And they opened it up. Boom! Just like that, 27-3 the quarter. All About the Cash and Brady Sweet now the leaders. Elroy Shiner is second, closed up third. That's Tradition. Mappo's Lion makes the move to the outside fourth. Avatar J following him fifth. Up the rail, that is Gator Hanover. And trailing the field is Malevolent. Halfway home, All About the Cash was the midway point leader. Just 58-1. A backed up 30-3. Pedestrian second quarter. On their way to the backstretch they go. And here is Mappo's Lion to take over the lead. All About the Cash now second. On the outside third. Avatar J. Elroy Shiner fourth. Malevolent takes over fifth. Tradition sixth. Gator Hanover seventh. 26-4 the three quarters. That was 28-3. Eighth of a mile left to go. Mappo's Lion all alone turning for home. Avatar J second. All About the Cash coming late. Malevolent on the wire. It is Mappo's Lion for Gil Barrio. Three of them across the track. It was Malevolent over Avatar J. 1:53 and 3. Final quarter, folks. 26-4.
All right, here comes the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon. And Kurt, you mentioned it in the pre-race. We both did. Mappo's Lion, just a classy superstar here and really showed his stuff here this afternoon.
Yeah, great to see him here in Charlottetown after following him up at Woodbine Mohawk Park do great things. He's got a lifetime best of 149-2 taken last year at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Well, today, as advertised, brush and crush from post 7. He gets the job done in 1:53-3, 26-4 closing quarter. How about the back half? 55-2 back half for Mappo's Lion as he gets the job done here in race 10. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial family and friends will be trackside with Mappo's Lion here in race 10. Malevolent closed up strong here for Langell, 3-year-old in against the age horses, getting the deuce. And Avatar J, I thought he'd be good here today as well. Grabs the Shoto. So 7-6-5 unofficially in the 10th.
Trainer Bo Ford has an incredible average coming into today's program. He was in the winner's circle here on Thursday. He's back to the winner's circle here on this Saturday. 839 average, only going up, ladies and gentlemen. Mapo's Lion in the 10th. Bay Pacing Gelding 8 by Sunshine Beach off the Presidential Ball Dam Pacific Playmate. Owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point and Carol Campbell of Padak, Nova Scotia. Carol is the breeder. Trained by Bo Ford. Gilberto guiding him to victory on this day. An excellent mile of 1:53 and 3 with that closing quarter of 26 and 4. Mapo's Lion in the 10th, and down to trackside, Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial once again with the cooler and the trophy presentations on this day. It's Mapo's Lion, 1:53 and 3. Here's the official results in race 10, all about the cash 4th. Gator Hanover 7th. Tradition 5th. Elroy Shiner 6th. Avatar J 3rd. Malevolent finished 2nd. Mapo's Lion was the race winner, 27 and 3, 58 and 1, 126 and 4, and the mile 153 and 3. In review, 475, 6321. Mapo's Lion paid $230. The exactor $13.90, triactor $70.80, and the superfactor was $63.26.
Okay, if you think you got the chops, why not take a shot here at Harness Race and Karaoke Star? It returns to Gold Cup and Saucer Week on Thursday, August 14th at Red Shores for a chance to win cash prizes. Judges will be awarding points based on vocals, stage presence, and crowd response. So you got to put on a good show to win. First place is $300 cash. Second place, $200 cash, and third place is $100 cash. And for full details and to sign up for Harness Race and Karaoke Star, visit Redshores.ca. Race 11 coming up next. It is now winners 1601, last four. My selections in the upcoming 11th race, 1-2-5. Classifier going with a 2-1-5 here in race 11.
Nothing Bugs Me on the 11th race post parade, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Von Doyle. Gilberto drives. One Wicked Man, number 2, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner James Perot, Stratford. Max Patrick 3, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown, Miles Heffernan driving. Burnout Hanover 4, home of the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet. Fill My Bear, where's number 5, home by Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell aboard. 2 minutes to post time, only 2. Kurt returns with the top contenders, but first a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Race 11 starters on track. Non-winner 1601 last 4. And this guy has been as good as any over the last month and a half here at Red Shores. And that is the one Nothing Bugs Me. 4-year-old gelding by Custard the Dragon. Chris Kelly of Calgary is the owner. Von Doyle trains and the Maritime Magic Man. He's been in the seat for every start here in Charlottetown. And they've been getting along quite well. 3 wins since arriving. And a best time of 1:54. That is his lifetime best, and he did it. 4 starts back on the front end from post 3 at the winners of 3, not more than 5 races life. Take a look at the closing quarter on that day, 27-1. He was another winner from off the pace last time out. Got away 4 by 5 early, made that move at the half and cleared to the lead and never looked back, winning by 2 lengths and 55-2. So with the rail here today, I think he's going to probably cut the mile. Maybe he'll get some pressure from the outside. Burnout Hanover, Fill My Beer. They like the front end as well. But I don't think Barrio will sit long here. I think he may do a little give and go in this compact field of 5. And I like them on top at 5-2. Okay, there's the 2 One Wicked Man having a pretty good sophomore campaign. 3-year-old colt by McWicked, owned by James Perot of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 2-time winner from 9 starts. He is 8 of 9 in the top 3, so having a really good season. Only time he finished off the board was at start 4 back when he had post 7. Paces mile and 55-2, closing quarter 27-1, ended up beating 3 lengths on that day. So he's really good this year. He likes that off the pace style trip. He's finished in the top 3 in his last 3, and he was a front end winner if you look 5 back from post 3. So we'll see what kind of tactics the veteran Arsenault works out with One Wicked Man, but I'm betting he stocks maybe sitting 2nd or 3rd in here, and he takes his shot late in the mile. Currently the favorite at 4-5. Another 3-year-old that is 8 for 9. That is the 5, Fill My Beer, having a terrific season. 8 for 9 in the top 2. 3 wins, 5 seconds. He loves the front end. He was a front end winner in his last 2. 54-2, 2 back, and 56-3 last time out in Summerside. So we'll see what they do from post 5, but I think Mark will want to get this guy forwardly placed in here. So there are a lot of talent in this race. We'll see how it shakes out off the gate. But Fill My Beer, another good option at 3-2. Field of 5, talented group of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Nothing bugs me. One wicked man, Max Patrick. Burnout Hanover. Fill My Beer, top of the stretch. Evening's 11th race. Ready for start. Often pacing along the rail, Nothing Bugs Me will lead them out. Second into the turn is One Wicked. He's off stride, and confusion in the backfield early. At the 8th pole, Nothing Bugs Me and Barrio, the leaders. Fill My Beer races into second. Max Patrick back into third. Then fourth is Burnout Hanover. And trailing this field, One Wicked Man. As they arrive at the opening quarter, it's Barrio and Nothing Bugs Me. Quarter pole leading. Fill My Beer second. Racing from third. That is Max Patrick. Then in fourth, Burnout Hanover. In the backfield, One Wicked Man, the trailer. 28 and 2 the front quarter, and Nothing Bugs Me, the leader, towards the opening half mile. Fill My Beer, the 2-hole ride. Max Patrick third, Burnout Hanover fourth, and the trailer, that is One Wicked Man. They're halfway home in the 11th, led by Nothing Bugs Me, the midway point leader, 57 seconds flat was the half. Around the paddock turn they go, checking in at the 5-8, and that is Nothing Bugs Me leading Fill My Beer. Third is Max Patrick. On the outside, fourth, Burnout Hanover. At the back, One Wicked Man. The 3/4 comes next, and Nothing Bugs Me getting them there. Fill My Beer giving chase in the 2-hole. Max Patrick third, the 3/4 in 1:26 and 1/8 of a mile out. Nothing Bugs Me is opened up by 4. Fill My Beer is second. The only battle here is for the show. And here is Nothing Bugs Me and Perio go the distance. Second is Fill My Beer. Third is Burnout Hanover. And the time for this mile, incredible 1:53 flat.
This guy, I said it in the pre-race, he's been absolutely incredible since relocating from the West Coast to the East Coast. And he picks up his 4th today. This time he does it on the front end. He's versatile, too. He can do it off the pace like he did last week. But today, Barrio in the compact field of 5 won at the front, and he got respect off the wings and was able to cut it here. 28 and 2, half 57, 3/4 1:26 and 1. How about this mile? 1:53 flat, lowering his personal best by a full second as he gets it done here in race 11. Nothing Bugs Me and Barrio. They'll be back in the winner's circle in a moment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you got to tip your hat to trainer Von Doyle. What an incredible job he's done with this horse, as my colleague Mr. Hughes just mentioned here, since he relocated here in the East. Nothing Bugs Me in the 11th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 4 by Custard the Dragon out of the Test Flight Dam. You Know Nothing, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, bred by the Sir Dale's Farms of Kelowna, British Columbia, trained by Von Doyle. Gilberto, second winner for the double. And the horse goes all the way with a closing quarter of 26-4. Pacing to a new race win record of 153. Nothing Bugs Me in the 11th. Now the official results in race 11, Nothing Bugs Me, the race winner. One Wicked Man, 5th. Max Patrick, 4th. Burnout Hanover, 3rd. Fill My Beer was 2nd. They went 28 and 2, 57. 126 and 1, and the mile 153. In review, 154, 32. Nothing Bugs Me paid $5 to win. The exactor was $18.60. The triactor $82.20, and the superfecta $63.48.
Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada for nearly 3 decades. RCS Construction has been delivering high-quality projects in commercial, retail, hospitality, and industrial sectors. RCS is proud to help shape our communities with authentic and reliable construction solutions.
12th race pacers and their drivers set for post parade. Nova Scotia Strong was number 1, owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Melanie's Magic 2, Corey McPherson trains and drives for owner Sandra Stead Montague. 3 is Macho Phil, owned by Ali Campbell of Charlottetown, trained by Landon Campbell, driven by Mark Campbell. ABC number 4, owned by Dewar Burhall of Charlottetown, Cliff Murphy does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Doc Darrell 5, Morgan Shepard of Brackley is the owner and the trainer, Colin Shepard driving. 5-star Dragon 6, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Ryan DeRage. Cowboy Logic 7, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Bird, Eva McPherson, and George Burke, trained by Harold Shepard, driven by Stephen Shepard. Number 8 is Dusty Lane Zorro, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass, driven by Donnie McNeil. 4 minutes to post time. The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, is Saturday, August 16th, and proudly presented by Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race. The Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
18, and Tyler Moore in the Gold Cup and Saucer. It's Gimbal and Paul McDonald. Gimbal wins the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Art Shark, Scott Giron in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
There's trainer driver Mike McGuigan. He already has a win on the card. Bet on Evil a little earlier on. He's got a good shot here with Nova Scotia Strong. Tyler Moore shares ownership with Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall of Nova Scotia. This one had the front end last time out from post 6. Got away on the front, 27-3. Paid a big price to lead last time out, 56-2 to the half, and just got a little tired late in the mile, 57-3 race time. Made a break 2 starts back, but I like that trip 3 back where he rallied to finish 3rd. Look at that race time, 54-4. Closing quarter, 28-1. So off that trip, hopefully he can trip out here today. At this 7:01 level, getting a little more help at the draw, so he will be tough to beat from the pole position. 3-4 currently. Not crazy about the post position, but love the horse. Dusty Lane Zorro, post 8 this afternoon for Dusty Lane Zorro. Alexis Gass is the owner from Cornwall. Ronnie Gass trains, and Donnie McNeil is in the seat. Dropped down to the 4:01 level. 2 back, was a winner 57 from off the pace. 28-4 final panel. Had another outside post. Take a look at the post positions in this one's last 6 starts. Post 7 last week, rallied to finish 3rd, 56-1. Then had post 8, 3 back, post 5, 4 back, post 8 again, and post 6. Bottom line on the card. And so again on the outside, one thing about it though, he's got lots of experience, and so I'm looking for another late rally from Dusty Lane Zorro here at this 7:01 level. 9-5. Macho Phil, he's got a good post here today. From post 3, Ali Campbell owns, Mark Campbell drives, Landon Campbell trains. Family affair here with Macho Phil. This one was on the front end. Last 2 starts on PEI, ended up third both times, 56 and 3, 3 back, 57 and 1, 2 starts back, and then he shipped over to Inverness, up in class, now winners 870 last 5, and that was a nice rally from off the pace to finish second in 2 minutes 1/5. Closing quarter 28 and 3. So I expect him to be up close to the lead here today, maybe sitting up in the top 3. And if he's covered up, I think he can hit the ticket here at 7-1. Full field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 12. Back up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Nova Scotia Strong, Melody's Magic, Macho Phil, ABC, Doc Darrell, 5-Star Dragon, Cowboy Logic, Dusty Lane Zorro on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing up the rail, Nova Scotia Strong will lead them out. Second to the turn, Melanie's Magic. Then in third, Macho Phil. Coming up fourth on the outside is Doc Darrell. ABC away fifth. Then in sixth is 5-Star Dragon. Cowboy Logic on the outside seventh. At the rail in eighth, Dusty Lane Zorro. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter. And the post-time favorite on the lead, Nova Scotia Strong for Mike McGuigan. 2-hole ride to Melanie's Magic at long odds. Then in third, that's Macho Phil. Doc Darrell dropped in fourth. ABC goes fifth. Then on the turn, 5-Star Dragon is sixth. Cowboy Logic continues on the outside seventh. At the rail eighth is Dusty Lane Zorro, 28 and 4 the quarter mile. Here comes the opening half mile up next. Nova Scotia Strong is the midway point leader for McGuigan. 2-hole ride, Melanie's Magic, Macho Phil third, Doc Darrell fourth. Cowboy Logic moves up fifth, ABC sixth, then seventh, 5-Star Dragon, Dusty Lane Zorro, underway from eighth, 57, 4 for half a mile, 3/8 left to go. The leader continues to be Nova Scotia Strong, getting the 2-hole ride, Melanie's Magic. Here's Cowboy Logic, he's been out all the way, but now to pick up third. Fourth at the rail, Macho Phil, then fifth on the outside, Dusty Lane Zorro. Doc Darrell sixth, racing seventh, 5-Star Dragon. ABC now the trailer, 1:27 and 3/4, and they're homeward bound now. Nova Scotia Strong trying to see it through. Melanie's Magic looking for a big time upset on the wire. Nova Scotia Strong all the way from Mike McGuigan's double. Second, Melanie's Magic. Macho Phil third. 1:55.4.
Another new personal best here at Red Shores today, and this time it's to Nova Scotia Strong, who puts up a new pacing record of 155-4 off a nice half of 57-4 on the front end for McGuigan here from the rail. 3/4, 127-3, and he closes it out in 28-1 for the victory. Melanie's Magic race well here for McPherson, and Macho Phil rounds out the top three. So race 12, it's easy as 1, 2, 3.
Nova Scotia Strong on his way to the 12th race winner's circle. Bay facing gelding, he's 5 by He's Watching. Off the well said dam, Lisa Hanover. Owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall. James Bagnall is the breeder. Mike McGuigan has the training and driving double on this day at Charlottetown, and the horse has a new pacing record of 155-4. Nova Scotia Strong with the McGuigan training and driving double in the 12th. Here's the official results from race 12. Nova Scotia Strong, the race winner. Melanie's Magic second. Macho Phil third. ABC was 8th. Doc Darrell finished 4th. 5-Star Dragon 5th. Cowboy Logic was 7th. Dusty Lane Zorro finished 6th. 28-4. 57-4. 127-3. And the mile in 155-4. In review, 1, 2, 3, 8, 4, 5, 7, 6. Nova Scotia Strong paid $360. The exactor was $73.80. Triactor $115.90. Superfecta $224.98.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old Payson fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. So join us in August at Red Shores, Charlottetown for the McDonald Family Pace.
Thirteenth race on parade. Number 1 is Shadow's Terror, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamble of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Ryan DeRoss does the driving. He's trained by Lenny Myers, who celebrates his 15th anniversary, and it's a happy anniversary from his wife, Tara. Congratulations. J.K. Last Chance, number 2, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 3 is Well Said Celeb, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman and Shane Essen. Adam Murner is the trainer-driver. Number 4 is T.H. Boomtown, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Sunny Black, number 5, owned by Perry Burke from Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan in the driver's seat. Number 6, Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Reddy Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet above the wheels at 5 minutes. 2 post time. The Birthplace of Confederation Series is scheduled for August 9th and 16th and proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown.
The City of Charlottetown is the title sponsor of the Birthplace of Confederation Series. This series is held annually during Gold Cup Week and recognizes individuals and families who've made significant contributions to harness racing in the capital city and province. The City of Charlottetown is proud to announce the 2025 series will be named in honor of Harris Johnston, with races scheduled for August 9th and 16th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The Birthplace of Confederation Series, proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown.
Okay, before I get to my picks for this upcoming 13th race, so we got an announcement here. We've been running the Gold Cup and Saucers second chance draw here at Red Shores on live race days in Charlottetown. Customers could enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table for 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. And I have the grand prize winner here. It is Wilfred Mose. So congrats to Wilfred Mose, who is the winner of the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw. So congrats again to Wilfred Mose. And Wilfred, you can pick up your prize at the rewards desk located on the lower level here at Red Shores. Okay, here's a look at my top play in race 13. Non-winners 1901, last 4. This guy's got a swagger back. It's JK. Last Chance. Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown is the owner. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Reeled off 2 in a row. He dropped down to that 1001. The last 4 level 2 starts back was a front end winner in 54 and 4. And then last time out from post 7 at almost 6-1. He left out alertly, got that 2-hole ride and converted from the pocket trip to win in 54 and 2 over Mr. Kelly. Closing quarter, 27-1. So he's been large in his last two. Makes another jump up the class ladder, actually a couple classes up to the 1901 level here tonight, but has a good inside draw again. So I think he is the best in this race, even money currently. Most likely see JK last chance on the front end here for Arsenault. Another good option if you're playing the exactor in this race. I like the 3, Well Said Celeb. I like the 1 as well, Shadow's Terror. We'll get to him in a moment, but Well Said Celeb. This one's been racing well for Adam Murner. Jason Hughes was a winner off a pocket trip 5 starts back, but Murner's been racing well with him last time out, 53-4 up at that 26.01 level. So he's dropping back down where he was a winner 5 starts back, almost at a similar level, 22.51 class. And so with post 3 here today, he could trip out to land in the top 2 at 11-1. And there is the aforementioned Shadow's Terror. This is another good exactor play. Leaving from the rail, Ryan Darash will drive for trainer Lenny Myers. Again, I'll echo Vance with a happy anniversary. That announcement that was put out by his wife, Tara. So congrats, guys, on 15 years and many more to you guys. Lenny's got a good shot at getting to the winner's circle here if this one trips out. Take a look at his lines. He was a winner 54-2, 5 starts back. He's got 3 wins, a second and a third in his last 5 starts. I really like this horse, and from the rail here today, I think he's going to get away, spotted up close to the lead. And if Darash can get him up in the 2 hole here today, following JK last chance, you never know when they swing around that last turn. He could get up for his 4th in his last 6. Shadow's Terror, a nice value play here at 13-1. Another good group here, going to battle in the 13th. 6 starters there on in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Shadow's Terror, JK Last Chance, Well Said Celeb, TH Boomtown, Sonny Black, Navalny, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Ruffin pacing JK Last Chance and Well Said Celeb leave out. Shadows Terror, the third one to make the turn to get away fourth. TH Boomtown, Sonny Black in fifth, and the trailer, that is Navalny. On the backstretch they go, led by J.K. Last Chance, in line to Kenny Arsenault. Two-hole ride belongs to Well Said Celeb. To get away third, Shadows Terror. T.H. Boomtown in fourth, Sonny Black goes fifth, and Navalny sees them all from sixth. They patch the quarter up in 27. 4. J.K. Last Chance, the fraction setter around the turn. Getting that two-hole ride is Well Said Celeb. Third one to come out of the turn, Shadows Terror. T.H. Boomtown is fourth, followed by Sonny Black. And Navalny, they're halfway home, led by J.K. Last Chance and Arsenault. On their back in the two-hole is Well Said Celeb. Third is Shadows Terror, 56 and 1. Halfway home time. T.H. Boomtown is fourth, and in fifth it's Sonny Black. Navalny continuing to trail. Positions were unchanged as they go to three quarters, led by J.K. Last Chance. Getting the trip second is Well Said Celeb. Shadows Terror is third. T.H. Boomtown tipped out fourth, but no advancement. Then fifth. On the outside is Sonny Black, and at the rail six, Navalny. 1:24 and 4. They trip the three quarters. They're in the home stretch now. J.K. Last Chance trying to close it out. Well Said Celeb on the outside. Sonny Black closing in like a freight train. Wow! Sonny Black from out of the clouds. J.K. Last Chance tight third. 1:53 and a 1.
He's tough to steer sometimes, has a mind of his own sometimes, Sonny Black, but no doubt about his talent. He can really scat, and Brady did a great job with him here, covering him up for most of the mile. Miles Heffernan on Sonny Black here in this one. He does a great job with him, drives him every single week, and last time out he kind of faded around the last turn, ended up 8 by 11, but today he really popped down the stretch like he was shot out of a cannon past the fraction setter J.K. Last Chance and Arsenault, who put up the early numbers 27 and 4, half 56 and 1, three quarters 124 and 4. Sonny Black and Heffernan, they time it perfectly to get up for the win. Nice price too, 8-1 on the board for Sonny Black. J.K. Last Chance second at 2-5. Shadows Terror is third at 19-1, so 5-2-1. Unofficially here in race 13.
Well, trainer Trevor Hicken slept on 2 burr head poles, and wow, did it ever work. What a performance today. Sonny Black in the 13th race winner's circle, bay pacing gelding 5 by Rockin' Image. Off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, Bolinska, Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Grosau, Quebec, bred by Lindar Stable of Middlebury, Indiana, trained by Trevor Hicken and Miles Heffernan Sr. guides him to his 10th lifetime victory. And a performance of 153 and a 1. Sonny Black upsets the 13th. Here's the official results in race 13. Shadow's Terror third. J.K. Last Chance was second. Well Said Celeb fourth. T.H. Boomtown fifth. Sonny Black was the race winner. Navalny finished sixth. 27 and 4. 56 and 1. 124 and 4. The mile in 153 and 1. In review 3-2-4. 5-1-6. Sonny Black paid $18.70 on the notes. The exactor $26.80. The triactor at $978.90. Superfecta $281.84.
Excellent payout in that 13th race. Sonny Black, I like that horse, and he was able to get up. Nice price on the nose, and excellent try there, almost $1,000 try. Congrats if you connected with Sonny Black in that compact field. Heffernan just drove him perfectly. I want to tell you about HBI Gold Cup Week offer. HBI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back during Gold Cup Week at Red Shores, Charlottetown. HBI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hbibet.com.
Proud of you today on the 14th race post parade, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. 2 is Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panett. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Rock'em Sock'em Scott, number 3, is owned by John Gerard Kennedy of Marion Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriol. 4 is J.K.'s Henry, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire. Brad trains and drives. 5, Dylan Sam, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan is the trainer. Miles Heffernan driving. Here's to Ward, number 6, owned by Donnie Smith of Honey River and Paul Hogan of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt has more on the Graduate Series for Mayors, proudly presented by title sponsor J.D. Marine and Diving Incorporated.
That's right, Vance. The Graduate Series. Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Mayor's Final on August 28th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Thank you to Cam McPhee with JD Marine and Diving Inc. for their continued support of the PEI harness racing industry. Trainer Ronnie Matheson and Gilles Barrio got a good chance with Rock'em Sock'em and Scott to go back-to-back. They were winners last time out from post 7 right on the front end at that 7:01 level. 55-3. Big Trip 28 flat. Final panel. John Gerard Kennedy of Marion Bridge, Nova Scotia, is the owner on this 8-year-old gelding by Rockin' Amadeus, and a good third prior to that as well on the front end from post 6. Third by a length and a quarter, 55-3, 29 flat. Final panel in a field of 6 here tonight. I have to think Barrio's going to shoot this guy out to the front. There's other good early levers in this race, but Rock'em Sock'em Scott just seems to be able to pounce off the gate a little quicker than the rest, and his last 2 starts, he's been good on the front, so I think he can go right down the road here from post 3, and the bet in public is on board the 3 Rock'em Sock'em Scott at 1-9. If you're looking for a value play, here is a great option. Proud of you today. Douglas Lee and David Neal share ownership with Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith's the trainer and driver. Almost got the job done 3 back, 56, just beat a half a length at the finish. Followed it up with a good third last time out. And last time out, though, parked the entire mile. 2 starts back, he was third. Last time out, he was parked through big fractions of 57-3, 127-1. Ended up getting a little tired late in the mile. Needed every excuse to. That was a tough trip. So he's got the tables are turned this time. He is the inside advantage. So we'll see if he stacks them up going into the first turn and wants to call the shots. But either way, if he pockets up behind the 3, that should give him a good opportunity to win here at 7-1. Mr. Riley getting a little adjustment there at the fence, a little help, adjusting some equipment. The 2 Mr. Riley, Corey McPherson, having a pretty good day. He trains and drives Mr. Riley for James Gorman and Darlene Compton. This one was third by a length last time out, 57-2 at this identical level. Had a good 2-hole ride that day and ended up third in behind the sports desk and Shake Me Up Hanover. I'll look for this one to get another ground-saving trip up close to the lead, and I could see them grabbing at the 3rd spot again for the 2nd start in a row. Currently 3-1 on the board. Race 14 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Proud of you today, Mr. Riley, Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott. JK's Henry, Dylan, Sam. Here's to Art. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Off end pacing. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott leaves in between horses. Mr. Riley and at the rail. Proud of you today. Stacking them up 3 high. To get away fourth, JK's Henry. Dylan, Sam fifth. Followed by Here's to Art in 6. Up the backstretch for time 1. Mr. Riley on the outside will clear the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Proud of you today will settle up for the 2-hole ride. Away third. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott. JK's Henry is fourth. Then it's Dylan, Sam, and Here's to Art. They open it up in 28. And a 1 straight alignment around the top turn for the first time, led by Mr. Riley. 2-hole ride, proud of you today. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott watches the leaders third. Then in fourth, it's JK's Henry. Fifth is Dylan, Sam. 6 is Here's to Art. Halfway home in the 14th, led by Mr. Riley. And that is unfamiliar territory for him. Right on the engine. Halfway home time, 57 and 3. Still straight alignment with 3/8 of a mile to go. The leader, Mr. Riley, proud of you today, second. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott races from third, and he's edged out. Then in fourth, it's JK's Henry. Fifth is Dylan, Sam. And Here's to Art on the outside, 6 by 3/4. Mr. Riley is still there in 1:28. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott. Now on the outside, second. Proud of you today, third. Dylan, Sam, fourth. JK's Henry. Here's to Art. And they turn for home. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott is taken over. Mr. Riley, proud of you today. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott triples up the Maritime Magic Man Barrio. Mr. Riley second. Proud of you today, third. 1:56.3.
Okay, we'll get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 14 and Rock'em Sock'em Scott. 1 and 2 left out really well along the inside, so Barrio had to go to plan B and track along in the 3-hole. The first up flow didn't actually advance too far on the outside, so Barrio was able to continue to bide his time there, sitting in the 3-hole. Didn't make a move until almost 3/4 pole, 128, and he really fired out of the hole and got home really well for Barrio to get up for the win. 1:56 and 3 is the mile for Rock'em Sock'em Scott. Different tactics this week, but same result as they go back-to-back at 2-5. Mr. Riley put up the early fractions of 57 and 3, 128 is second, and proud of you today will be third in here at 18-1. 3-2-1 unofficially here in the 14th.
Rock'em Sock'em Scott into the 14th race winner's circle, bay pacing gelding 8 by Rockin' Amadeus. From the J. Lobel Dam, a Remy's Rocket, owned by Gerard Kennedy of Marion Bridge, Nova Scotia. bred by Stephanie Smitherog of Ohio. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, and Joe Barrio gets his third winner today for the triple. The mile 156 and 3. Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott triples up Barrio in the 14th. Now, the official results from the 14th. Proud of you today. Third, Mr. Riley was second. Rockin' Sock'em Scott, the race winner. J.K.'s Henry finished fifth. Dylan Sam, fourth. Here's to Art was sixth. 28 and 1. 57 and 3. 128. And the mile in 156 and 3. In review, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 6. Rock'em Sock'em Scott paid $280. The Exactor $430, Triactor $1150, Superfecta $564.
Join us at O'Brien's, located on the lower level of Red Shore, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorites, steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information.
Preferred Pacers for the evening's featured 15th are on Post Parade, number 1, Twin Bee Tough Enough. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio drives. B2B, number 2, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes up. 3, Roll'em, owned by Savage Stable, Brent Campbell and Ryan McLeod, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. 4, Malignity has been scratched. 5 is Mickey Shan, owned by Capsing Racing Stable of New York, Stephen Klunowski, Earl Hill Jr. of Ontario, and Donald McRae. Trained by Chris McKay, today Corey McPherson. 3 minutes to post time. Kurt, you and I come back with our selections here in the Saturday featured. A preferred pace of $5,900. And once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the 5, Kurt. That'll be Mickey Shan. He's been sensational and undefeated since arriving on Prince Edward Island. And in the short field of 4, are we going to see just a sprint to the finish, to the end? That's a wait-and-see thing. I'll use him on top. We're going to go to 2B. I'll use the 1 Twin Bee Tough Enough on the triactor for the Super. I'm on the 3 now. That'll be rolling. 5, 2, 1, 3. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I'm going to pick the way I think it's going to set up. I think the 5's going to get to the front. I think Twin Bee Tough Enough's going to get with rail control. I think he's going to get the 2-hole ride. And I think B2B is going to be sitting 3 here. So I'm going to go with a 5, 1, 2. Mickey Shan, he's getting his 4th pilot since arriving here on PEI. Gary Chappell was a winner in his PEI debut, 55. Mark Campbell had 2 cracks with him, and he was a winner 2 starts in a row, 52 and 4, and then 51 and 4 in the Governor's Plate elimination. And then Jason Hughes did a great job with him last time out in the Governor's Plate final, getting the job done in 53, closing quarter 26 and 3. So Corey's turn now, and Mickey Shan gets post 4 with the scratch of the 4, and I think that makes his path to victory even easier. So I'm going to put him on top with Twin Bee Tough Enough and B2B. 1 to 4 currently on Mickey Shan. Okay, it's post time for the feature here this evening at Red Shores. Field of 4, scratched down to a field of 4, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. And Vance, as I send it up to you, a little over $2 million in lifetime earnings between these 4. They pack quite a punch.
Incredible group of horses, Kurt. Since they got $2 million earned, let's change things up and let's go outside in. Mickey Shan, roll 'em. B2B on the rail. Twin B, toughen up. Saturday feature, Charlottetown. Post time, they're up and facing Mickey Shan, given the green light to lead them out. Twin B toughen up along the rail will go with them. Then the third one is B2B, and roll 'em will be the trailer. To the backstretch they go. Mickey Shan in line to Corey McPherson, the leaders. Twin B toughen up second. Third, that is B2B. Then the trailer fourth is Roll 'em by the opening quarter mile. And the Governor's Plate champ, Mickey Shannon McPherson, opened it up. Boom! Just like that, 27-3. Down the stretch they come. Approaching the opening half mile, Mickey Shan leads it. Twin B toughen up the 2-hole ride. B2B goes third, and the trailer fourth. Roll 'em, no movement in this compact field of 4. Preferred Pacers, 56 seconds flat for an opening half mile. 28-2 in the second split by the 5-8. Mickey Shan by almost 2. Twin B tough enough. Goes under some Barrio urging second. B2B third. Roll 'em fourth. They're arriving at 3/4. Mickey Shan is still there. Second is Twin B tough enough. Then B2B third. Roll 'em fourth. 1:24 and 2. 3/4 of a mile. Mickey Shan has opened up. Down the stretch they come. It's Mickey Shan. Twin B toughen up. B2B. Mickey Shan does it again. This time for Corey McPherson. Second, that is Twin B tough enough. Roll 'em will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:51 flat.
A lot of talent in these 4 horses, and they put on quite a show here in our feature race. Field of 4, and pretty honest fractions on the front end. 27-3, half 56 put up by Mickey Shan. Paced his back half in 55 flat. Closing quarter, 26-3 for the second start in a row. He gets it done on the front end. Time of the mile, 1:51 flat. I would say maybe in the Gold Cup and Saucer, this track record could be in jeopardy. Excellent performance by Mickey Shan and McPherson this time in the seat as they get the job done as a chalk favorite here in our feature. Time of the mile again, 1:51 flat. We'll see them back in the winner's circle next.
Mickey Shan arriving at the 15th race winner's circle. Bay-pacing Stallion, he's 6 by Always Be Mickey. Off the Dream Away Dam, Yankee Dream. On the Capsing Racing Stable of New York, Stephen Klonowski, Earl Hill Jr. of Ontario, and PEI's Donald McRae. Trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson has his 3rd winner today for the driving triple. And the horse gets his 15th lifetime victory. He is Gold Cup and Saucer Trial bound. Off a win in 151 with that closing panel 26-3. Mickey Shan undefeated on PEI. McPherson and McKay in 151. Now the official results from race 15. Trinby Tough Enough was second, B2B fourth. Rollum finished third. Malignity was scratched, and Mickey Shan, the race winner, 27-3, 56, 124 and 2, and the mile 151. From the top, your program reads 243. Scratch 1. Mickey Shan, 240. The exactor was $6.40, triactor $31, superfecta $2.31.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program, this upcoming 16th race. With a low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Somerset.
Sixteenth race enters the track on Post Parade. Winning song Quincy #1 on Bethane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell. Thane does the training. Miles Heffernan drives. Freight Air number 2 is owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, Brody McPhee. Moonrider 3 owned by Debbie Elderman from Barraquois, Quebec. Keith Ford trains and drives. Leaving Bruises 4 owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Basil does the training. Brady Sweet drives. The Tulsa King number 5 owned by Josh McDonald, Mike Dix, and Cam McDonald, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. I'm Hungry 6 owned by Chantel Langell of Montague and the Schooner 2 stable of Truro, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell is the trainer-driver. Buddies in Virgin 7 owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow, trained by Daryl Neal. Stephen Murphy drives. Marley's Boy number 8 owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner. 9 George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing tomorrow afternoon. Red Shores, Summerside. First post is 1 p.m. Kurt has his super high five ticket to wrap up a Saturday at the driving park.
Okay, there's a look at our Super High Five tickets to close things out here at Red Shores. Vance and I were pretty close in the top 4. I'm going to go a different route with the horse for 5th. I like the 6, I'm Hungry, making that second start, Lasix. I think that will help this horse here tonight. Hopefully he races a little better. Nice trip, 57-4 in his first start. So I think he can be part of this ticket. He drops down another level for Langell, and so I'm going to put him in there for 5th. I like a 2-3-4-9-6. Vance Cameron going with a 3-2-4-9-8. Good luck with your picks here in the finale at Red Shores. Okay, field of 8 on the gate. One a little late here with the trailer from post 9. George's Credit, there he is on the screen. He's got a good shot at hitting part of this super high 5. He's back-to-back trips in 57, 55. 3 back at this 701 level. So David Dowling's got a good shot at hitting the top 5. Here, my top play, Freight Air, has a good starting spot here from post 2. Was really stretched out to get to the front last time out from post 6, 28-2, and wasn't able to get that breather in the middle half. Ended up 4th, only beating a length and a half, 57-2. He drops down to the 701s, gets a good post, so we think he's going to go right down the highway here in the finale. So he is getting some attention on the board at 7-5. 13-1 on Winsong Quincy on the rail. Good starting spot. 10-1 on the morning line. 13-1 right now. Shows trips in 58 and change in his last 2. 57-4, 3 back. He's dropping down as well, so he's got a shot to land in this super high 5 ticket. Moonrider, the veteran, he's got 51 lifetime wins. I wouldn't count him out either, and he's getting some class relief and a good starting spot this week for Ford. Leaving Bruises, he's been racing good for Brady Sweet in his last 5 starts, and so another good option at 8-1, 3-1 right now on the Tulsa King at long odds. I'm Hungry, I talked about him earlier, making a second start on Lasix. 8-1 currently for Langell. 30-1 long shot. Buddies and Virgins, tough trip for him tonight in against this group at this 701 level. Marley's Boy hit the board in 2 of his last 3 in his last 2 starts, actually 57-4. Last time out, 57-2, 2 back. And so with post 8, though, I think he's going to have a tough sledding out there in post 8 tonight. But you never know. He's moving up 1 level here to the 701s. And then that trailer I talked about, George's Credit. Again, he's got a really good shot at maybe even cracking the top 3 in here at 12-1. We're getting close in the finale. Sixteenth finale, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate Vance, you've had a busy week with the calls. Up to you for the call in the finale.
Oh, not over yet, Mr. Hughes. We got 15 up home in Summerside, but you know what, Kurt? This has been an absolute perfect day of harness racing here at the Charlottetown Driving Park, the king track of the East Coast. It's the 16th on this Saturday. It features the Super High 5. Post time, finale time. The rough end pacing Freight Air leaving out, wins on Quincy along the rail. Third to the turn on the outside, leaving bruises. That's George's Credit. Following through fourth. To get away fifth is Moonrider. Then in sixth at the rail, the Tulsa King. Seventh on the backstretch is Marley's Boy. Then I'm Hungry. And the trailer ninth, Buddies and Virgins on the backstretch and go to the quarter. Freight Air on the lead for Brody McPhee. Now dropping in second, that's Leaving Bruises. Third at the rail is Winsong Quincy. George's Credit around the turn fourth. Oh, they opened up the nightcap in 27-4 around the turn and 1 straight back to 9. Straight alignment towards the half mile they come, and they're led there by Freight Air. Second along the rail is Leaving Bruises. Winsong Quincy goes third. George's Credit has fourth. Moonrider fifth. The Tulsa King sixth. Marley's Boy seventh. I'm Hungry is eighth. Buddies and Virgins ninth. Halfway home, they're rolling 56 and 3 over to the 5/8 pole. Freight Air, the serious leader. Second is Leaving Bruises. Here comes George's Credit to pick up third on the outside. Winsong Quincy on the rail fourth. Moonrider fifth. Moving up sixth is Marley's Boy. Seventh, Tulsa King. I'm Hungry is eighth. And trailing ninth, Buddies and Virgins. 3/4 in the books in 1:26 and 3. They round the upper turn for the second and the final time now with an 8 left to go. Freight Air is still there. Leaving Bruises at the rail. On the outside, George's Credit. Then on the outside, coming late, that is Marley's Boy. Freight Air came to play. Brody McPhee on top all the way. Tight for the deuce. Marley's Boy closing up against Leaving Bruises. But it's Freight Air to close it out in 1:56 flat.
Okay, sometimes you nail the super high five, and sometimes you're way off. Tonight in the finale, I was way off with the horses in behind Freight Air, but no doubt about the winner. Freight Air does deliver as he drops in class. He was bet off the board as the favorite, and he delivers, putting up the fractions 27-4. I didn't think he'd have to work that hard from this inside draw, but similar fractions to last week. 56-3, 3/4, 126-3, but the class relief helped him get to the winner's circle first here in 156. An excellent trip by Freight Air as he picks up his 4th of the season, 8th lifetime. Freight Air and McPhee, they'll be back in the winner's circle in a moment.
Here comes Freight Air to the 16th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 4 by Jimmy Freight off the Sweet Lou Dam. Walk on Air, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Bred by Adriano Sorella from Guelph, Ontario. Trained by Neil Bambrick. Brody McPhee put him on top at every call, stopping the clock in 156. Freight Air in the super high five. Now the official results in the 16th. Windsong Quincy was 8th. Freight Air the winner. Moonrider 7th. Leavin' Bruises 3rd. The Tulsa King was 6th. I'm Hungry finished 4th. Buddies and Virgins 9th. Marley's Boy was 2nd. George's Credit finished 5th. 27-4. 56-3. 126-3. And the mile in 156. In review, it's 817 364 925. Freight Air paid $360. The exactor $32.60. The triactor $227.80. The late daily double paid $410. And there will be a super high five carryover. And that completes our live presentation on this Saturday here in Charlottetown. Today's par mutual handle $93,753. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.